Hi, everybody.
Test
Welcome
shot.
back
Test shot.
to the webcast. The Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup 5. Two speed skating meets all meshed into one. Our final, sadly, our final long track speed skating meet of the season, and it's our last day. We're getting ready for a 10 o'clock start for the women's 1500 meter. Let's first acknowledge the opportunity. Let me acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, and the city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. I've given you a shorter version than what you can see on the screen. Now, the schedule for today, for those that are watching the webcast, we got the 1500 meter men's and women's. They haven't skated this at all. They've done two 500s, 2000s, 3000 or 5000. And so now it's 1500 meter time, the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating. And then we have the mass starts. They're always a ton of fun to watch. And then we're adding in the team sprint because we made this into a 4-day event. So running today's meet is Chief Referee Philippe Benoit from Quebec, Andrea from McIntosh from BC, and Dave Thompson from Alberta is assisting. Marc Poulin will be the starter today for the women's, as he's done all week, and starter Kim Fronberger will be the starter for the men's 1500 meters and all the other men's events as well. More assistants and volunteers and officials I'll acknowledge throughout the day. And so this is an exciting day. It's our last day. I've talked to a number of the athletes. They're tired, actually. It's the end of the season. They're tired from 3 days of skating already. I get it, and physically and mentally. And I just said, hey, one more day. It's a fun day. The 1500 meter is the one that they're really nervous about, and totally but this is where they get to showcase all their efforts from the year, a marathon sprint, 1500 meters. Two things I want to come clean on. I noticed I did a spot check of listening to my voice, which I don't like to do, from some of the announcing last day or two, and I noticed two things about me. I noticed that I don't enunciate enough. I'm going to work on that today, and I'm not going to talk once I announce the skaters because it overlaps with the process of the starter. I don't want to get in the way of that. I was annoyed at myself if I was a parent watching my athlete or son or daughter on the line. So I'm learning, evolving as I go. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Welcome aboard, everybody. We are in for a fantastic day here at the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta, home of the fastest ice in the world. It's 9:57. I'm going to go quiet for a couple of minutes. I don't believe we have a forerunner today, as we've had in past. You're looking at a beautiful shot down the backstretch. Just take a look at that ice. The fastest ice in the world. Right there. It looks
2 minutes to
like
start.
glass. It's beautiful. And this is the ice that these athletes are going to be skating on. And hopefully, we're going to see more personal bests. Welcome aboard. Let me go into the oval now. It's now the 2-minute warning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll announce the first quartet in 1 moment. Get this? All right, everybody. It's time to get started. 10 o'clock start, the women's 1500 meter race. Here we are, back again for the final day of the Oval finale, Canada Cup 3. In the first quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque. And in the outer lane from the USA, Rebecca Simmons. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we are off. The 1,500 meter women's races is now underway. Mallard from Ontario, Bieber from Manitoba, Levesque from Quebec, and Simmons from the USA. $28.63 for Bieber, $28.86 for the opening 300 meters for Mallard. Levesque, $28.14 and $28.36 for Simmons. The 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 laps around a 400-meter track. A very difficult race for these skaters. A marathon sprint. Bell lap for Bieber and Mallard. Bieber in the red armband, Mallard in the white. Bieber being coached by Crockett. Mallard by Phil Riepel. Bell lap for Levesque and Simmons. Bieber starting in the outer lane, will finish in the inside lane. Crossing the line first is Bieber at a time of 2:07.32. Mallard in at 2:09.87. I believe that is a personal best for Bieber. Here comes Levesque. Crossing the line at a time of 2:09.91 and 2:11.08 for Simmons. We move now to the next quartet in the inside lane. The inside lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the outer lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Laurie Caillé.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Claire Mallard's opening 300 meters, 28:35. Isabelle Champagne at 28:45. Gabrielle Jelinek in the yellow armband will clock in her 300 meters at a time of 27:23. Laurie Caillé in at 28:07. Now they settle in, if it's at all possible, for a 1,500 meter race, 3 3/4 laps around a marathon sprint. Extremely difficult race. Riepel, Marc-Andre Poudet-Michon, Christine Lazarescu, and Mansif Ouade, all in the coach's box. 4 skaters on the ice, 4 coaches on the ice, 8 souls in total. It's a busy ice surface here in the fastest ice in the world, Calgary, Alberta. Bell lap for Mallard and Champagne as they head into their final backstretch as you see Jelnik and Kaye come into the screen. Yellow and a blue armband, the colors of the second pairing. Out of the south corner, heading north to the Yukon border, Northwest Territory border, I should say, is Mallard and Champagne. Mallard crosses the line with a personal best of 2:04.73. Champagne in at 2:05.51. Here comes Jelinek and Kaye. All have correct times for quartet number 1. I'll circle back with you. Best time so far, Gabriel Jelinek at 2:02.37. Kaye in at 2:05.01. Personal best for Kaye. In the third quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopin. In the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. In the inside lane from the second pairing from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, in case you're keeping track at home, I'm going to circle back with you with the correct times of quartet number 1. I was reading on the screen from a distance, and I don't think I gave them to you accurately. They weren't on the screen on the monitor. And so Jelinek right now is the time to beat, 2:02 and change. Bieber had a crazy good personal best. She's second, and Mallard at 2:04. So it's Jelinek, Bieber, Mallard, Kaye, and Champagne. Those are the top 5 times. 27.7 Kurt Copeland, 27.71 for Beeson's opening 300 meters. Bourgeois 27.44 for her opener, and Hagen in at 28.56. With the skaters that are still coming, it's unlikely that those positions will stay the same. But Gabrielle Jelinek is in the first position, the time to beat. Bieber in second, Mallard third, Lori Kaye fourth, and Champagne fifth. This quartet will challenge those times for sure, given the skaters that are in this quartet. And quartet number 4, you've got McCluskey and Grenier, Chi and Hall. So that is the fastest quartet of this 1,500-meter group. But for a skater, always nice to see her name on the leaderboard as the bell lap has gone on. Now for both skaters. Here comes Victoria Gopin in the white armband, striding it out against Beeson. Crossing the line is Gopin with a happy face, 2:03.08 with a personal best. Beeson in at 2:03.41. Gopin now has the second fastest time of the day. Here comes Bourgeois. She'll clock in at 2:01.33, and that'll be the fastest time of the day so far. Hagen at 2:05.85. In the fourth quartet, in the inside lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey. In the outer lane from Quebec, Roseanne Grenier. In the inside lane from China, Yin Chi. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Laura Hall.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Abigail McCluskey, Roseanne Grenier on the ice right now. McCluskey clocks in the fastest 300 meters, 26:57. Grenier at 27:87. Getting coached by Shannon Rempel down the backstretch. Yin Chi comes in with a 300-meter opener of 26:85. The winner of the women's 1,000 meters and also third-place finisher in the women's 3,000 meters, Yin Chi. Laura Hall, 27:73. Laura is the winner of the women's 5,000 meters. McCluskey is the second-place finisher, and Lori Kaye third. Right now, the time to beat, Anna Bourgeois, followed by Gabrielle Jelinek, Victoria Gopland, Sophia Bieber, and Darby Beeson are the top 5 times. There's no question that if all goes according to plan, three of these skaters, maybe even, three for sure, are going to change the leaderboard up. Yeah, this is the fastest quartet. By the way, I had a chance to catch up with Yin Chi from China as you see McCluskey cross the finish line. You should watch that interview from the podium finish yesterday from the 1,000 meter. Very interesting. McCluskey, fastest time of the day, 1:58.45. Roseanne Grenier, 2:01.45. Here comes Yin Chi. Will she challenge that time? McCluskey, the time to beat. She comes in at 1:55.32. That is the fastest time. Personal best for Laura Hall at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. 2:28 for a PB for Hall. We now move to the fifth quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. In the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. In the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
This is quartet number 5 of 12 quartets of the women's 1,000 meter race, 1,500 meter race rather. Emmanuel Cote. Her opening 300 meters is 27.78. Alexa Annika, 28.61. Crossing in front of me right now is Pelkey and Solly. Pelkey's opening 300 meters is 27.72. Solly in at 28.24. You see Riopel, Lazarescu, Pudi, and Kevin Crockett for coaches in the coaches box. I'll soon have the times for you for quartet number 1. Stay tuned. The time to beat is Yin Chi, followed by Abigail McCluskey and Laura Hall. 4th position, Anna Bourgeois, and Roseanne Grenier in the 5th position. Unofficially, that's more than likely how it's going to end up. Chi with the 1st position or gold, McCluskey with the silver, Hall with the 3rd. I know the races aren't done. They put the fastest quartets in quartet 2, 3, and 4, and that's just the way it works. And unless one of these skaters has an out-of-body experience beyond their level of development, that's probably going to how it shape up. So if you're keeping track at home, I do want to provide you with the first quartet of times. Rachel Mallard from Ontario, I'll call this race in because it looks like we've got the first pairing crossing the line. Emmanuel Cote's time, 2:07.42, with the season's best. Alexa Anika, she'll be happy with that. That's a PB for her, Alexa. 2:07.61. Crossing the line now is Caitlin Pelkey with a personal best of 2:06.01. And Robin Solly from Manitoba with a 2:11.51. In the sixth quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. In the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And in the outer lane of that pairing from Ontario, Rachel Freitag.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 300 meters for Ariane Fournier from Quebec, 29:04. Emma Langstrom from Alberta, 28:09. Paquette and Freitag just crossed in front of me for a 28:37 opener. And Paquette, 28:42. A 300-meter opener followed by 3 full grueling laps in the 400-meter track here, the 1,500 meters. That last lap is a lap from you-know-what for these skaters as the lactic acid builds up and they skate on fumes to cross that line. A test, a physical test, a mental test, the 1,500 meters. That's what we're watching. Quartet number 6 right now here. The oval finale, Canada Cup 5 here in Calgary, Alberta. So quartet number 1, let me come back to you. I'm going to talk about them twice. First of all, here are their times. Mallard from Ontario, 2:09.85. Bieber, 2:03.32. I know that's the personal best. I'm working on the other 3. Levesque, 2:06.91 from Quebec, and 2:11.07. I'll get back to you just on which ones were personal bests. So stay tuned. But that's quartet number 1. Some great times to start off that quartet. Crossing the line in the 1,500 meters is Fournier first with a 2:10.27 with a season's best, and Langstrom in at 2:10.43. Here comes Paquette and Freitag stride by stride with everything they have left in the tank. Crossing the line first is Rachel Freitag with a 2:09.86 and a season's best time for Laurence Paquette at 2:10.77. In the 7th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Leila Cotier. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Emily Greenfield. In second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Tatiana Laflaque.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, inner lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
We are watching quartet number 7, the 1,500-meter women's races here in Calgary, Alberta, home of the fastest ice in the world at the beautiful Calgary Olympic Oval. In the first pairing, Leila Cartier and Emily Greenfeld. Cartier's opener is 28:21. Greenfeld in at 28:14. Brielle Durham is the only skater in the pairing of this quartet in the second pairing from Ontario with an opener of 27.8. So 3 skaters on the ice, 2 Quebecers and 1 Ontario skater. Okay, I'm sure those that are perhaps watching closely for quartet number 1, the Mallard family, Bieber family, Levesque and Simmons family, probably have left the webcast, but you can also, maybe not, but you can circle back after. And the times again, one more time, 2:03:32 for Bieber, 2:09:85 for Mallard, Levesque at 2:06:91, 2:11:07 for Simmons. The only personal best out of that quartet was Bieber with the 2:03:32, beat it by about 4+ seconds, so obviously that's a significant jump in a personal best. And I've talked about personal best before. They're sweet. When you get a personal best, that is every athlete's podium finish. But it's bitter because you just made your speed skating life more difficult. You got to go deeper, train harder, and it gets more difficult the faster you are to get a PB. But isn't that why they keep coming back? I think so. Here comes Leila Cartier crossing the line at a 2:11:73. Greenfeld, 2:14:16. And Durham skating by herself with a burst of energy in the last few meters, crossing the line and achieving a personal best at 2:11:83. Congratulations, Brielle. In the 8th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing, from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Marie Fulat.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
We are watching long track speed skating live in Calgary, Alberta. Home of the fastest ices in the world at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Quartet number 8 of 12 quartets. 2 pairings. First pairing, Lindqvist from Sweden. White armband with an opener of 29:47. Phaneuf, 27.1, as you see her in the screen with the red armband. 1 3/4 laps they've achieved so far. 2 grueling laps to go now. Gagnon from Quebec, 29:48 for an opener, and Ferlat, 29:13. 3 Quebec coaches in the coaches box. Sabrina Lapointe, Marc-André Poudre-Michon. I'll see who the other one is in a moment. Bell lap for Lindqvist and Phaneuf. Yeah, and Sebastian Bouliot. So Lapointe, Bouliot, and Pudi. And then helping out the Swedish team is Arna Skudera. So thank you, Arna, for helping them out. Crossing the line first with the season's best time is Audrey Phaneuf from Quebec at 2:07:03. Lindquist all the way from Sweden, 2:14:28. Yellow and blue armbands, stride for stride, pushing each other to get the lowest possible time. Crossing the line first will be teammate Marie-Michelle Gagnon with a personal best of 2:11:36. Marie Ferlat, 2:11:88. Personal best for Gagnon and Ferlat. Congratulations. In the ninth, quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. In the outer lane, all the way from Sweden, Tina Svensson. In the second pairing, inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Camille Alford.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. Do you notice how quiet I'm keeping during the starts today? I was telling those that were on the webcast right at the beginning, I went and did a spot check on my announcing, and I was not impressed with myself as my voice was crossing over with the starter's voice saying, come to the start or go to the start, ready, and then the start. It didn't make any sense. I'd be frustrated if I was a parent and that was my child on the line. I'd like, announcer, would you just keep quiet for the start? So that's the plan, and even in the false starts, because they've got the sound on them. Let's do the openers. Vogt's opener, 29:18. Svensson in at 29:52. Back off the oval mic and onto the webcast mic all right now. The webcast is always on, but you notice the difference between my conversation voice and my announcing voice. I'm going to go on, predict that three, possibly all the skaters in this quartet get personal best. You'll see Vogt and Svensson in at around the 2:13 time, but these kids are 1 year older, 1 year faster. I think Dvorak and Alford are going to come in and with PBs. So put it this way. I'm only predicting the race isn't over, and I'm definitely hoping. I'm a big fan of PBs. Prizes are up for grabs, but I've talked, as I've said, no matter what level of skater you are in terms of development, the podium finish for every single skater, whether you're Laurent Debray or Isabel Weideman or any skaters here at this competition, personal bests are your podium finish. Here comes Vogt and Svensson. As they come out of the south corner, heading due north in the country of Canada, stride for stride, personal bests are on the line, and what do we get? Svensson in at 2:13.94 and Vogt 2:14.15. Well, clearly my gut told me I was way off. Good races for these skaters, but just off their personal best by a bit. Let's see how Dvorak and Alford do. Crossing the line in this pairing is Camille Alford with a time of 2:16 and Dvorak in at 2:18.6. We now move to the 10th quartet In the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Juliette La Rochelle. In the inside lane from India, in this second pairing, Shruti Cotwell. And the outer lane from BC, Beth Smith.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we only have one skater in this second pairing. That's Beth Smith. Shruti Cotwell, who would have been wearing the white armband, is not part of this race. Here I was out trying to predict personal best for quartet number 9. Clearly, I'm terrible at it. But what I will continue to do for Daria and Tina and Sophia and Camille and all the other skaters, I'll continue to hope and encourage personal bests. Because, again, that's the measuring stick of getting better. Anyway, quartet number 9 and all the other quartets, they don't have to do any more 1,500-meter races this year. I'm sure they're happy about that. A very difficult distance. Hawkins opener, 30.47. La Rochelle in around that same time. Beth Smith opener, 29.57. So bell lap for Hawkins, La Rochelle, and La Rochelle. Hawkins from Alberta, La Rochelle from Quebec, Beth Smith from BC. White armband, La Rochelle. There's Marc-Andre Poudre-Michon. Heather McLean is coaching Kendra Hawkins, and Phil Riopel is coaching and encouraging Beth Smith. So the times so far in the 1,500 meters, the fastest times are Yin Chi, Abigail McCluskey, and Laura Hall. Those are the top 3 fastest times. Those are the unofficially top times that we'll be giving out the awards to. Congratulations, you 3. Unofficially, of course. Bourgeois in the 4th fastest position, and Roseanne Grenier in the 5th fastest position. 2:20 for Hawkins, 2:17 for La Rochelle, and a personal best for Beth Smith at 2:12.54. In the 11th quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Lily-Pierre Galling. And in the outer lane from Norway, Anna by Farstad. In the inside lane from Sweden, in the second pairing, Ronja Etsi. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk.
Go to the start. Stand up, please. Move back behind the blue line. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
This is the second last quartet of the women's 1,500 meters. Lily Pierre-Guérin with an opening 300-meter time of 30.15. Anna by Farstad with a time of 26.81. Farstad being coached by Kevin Crockett. Guérin coached by Heather McLean. Rather, Sabrina Lapointe. It looks similar from here, but Sabrina Lapointe coaching Guérin from Quebec. Julie Wong is coaching Rania Etsy. And Olivia Krawczyk will manage her way around this 3 3/4 lap race on her own. So, Quebec and Norway, a Canadian and a Norwegian on the ice right now. A Swede and a Canadian on the ice as well. Pairings 1 and 2 respectively. Yin Chi has the fastest 1,500-meter time so far. Abigail McCluskey, the second fastest time. And Laura Hall, the third fastest time. Barring any change unofficially, that's how it's going to shape up for the 3 fastest time for the final and only 1,500-meter race. As the bell lap has gone off for both the white and, both pairings. And completing the first pairing is Anna by Farstad. She'll be happy with that, a season's best of 2:05.94 as she soon heads into the off-season. Guérin, stride for stride, crossing the line. I see Etsy in the screen as well. Season's best for Guérin at 2:29.16. And a season's best for our Swedish friend, Rania Etsy, 2:12.91. Olivia Krawczyk from Manitoba. Happy with that time, I hope. 2:24.24, a personal best for Olivia Krawczyk. Coached by Chris Veman, actually. Thank you, Chris, for helping out the Manitoba skater. In the 12th quartet, it's actually only one pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Maggie Breedlove.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is our final pairing of the 1,500-meter women's races. We will hand out the awards at the podium area following the races. We will then resume, unless I'm told differently, at 11:05 for the men's 1,500 meters. 23 quartets, lots of skaters. They came here to race, and race they are. Curry's opening time, 30.57, and Breedlove, 30.94. You know, out of 2 skaters that I can think of, I haven't really acknowledged in a large way, as Maggie Breedlove from Calgary and Cassandra Curry from Edmonton. I've talked a little bit about them. Breedlove has been skating now for 7 years, coached by Marika Nadal. And she got introduced to the sport by her mom saying, why don't we just try this out? So her favorite race is a 3,000 meters, so she gets to she gets half a 3,000 meter race today by doing the 1,500. And Osa Chomyak is somebody that she'd like to give a shout out to. You can see a Marika Nadal of the Alberta Speed Skating Alberta rather, and then you see the legendary Julie Wong in the coach's box as well as assisting Cassandra Curry from Edmonton, who's been skating about 8 years. Up in Edmonton, Stefan Waples is her coach. Stefan, if you're watching and listening, whether live or after, hello, Stefan. It was great to reconnect with you, as I mentioned, back in the fall. I know you are a Winnipegger at heart, even though you're living in Edmonton. You come from a wonderful family, and you had a great career skating yourself. Your skater, Cassandra Curry, would like to follow a dream of yours and skate in the World Cup. Duncan and Tammy, if you're watching, Cassandra says hi to you. She just loves speed skating, but I understand that she makes muffins. So, Sky Guy would love some muffins one day. You never know. I'll be around. So Cassandra Curry loves muffins, I guess from her grandmother's recipe. But anyway, that's Maggie Breedlove and Cassandra Curry crossing the line with a 2:22.62 time as Curry and 2:23.97 for Breedlove to complete our 1,500-meter women's race. Congratulations, ladies. Let's turn our attention to the podium shortly for the awards for Chi, McCluskey, and Hall. And we're going to have the men's 1,500 meters. We'll start at 11:05. 11:05, which is 24 minutes from now.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start. Test shot. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we're off and running, everybody, in quartet number 1 of 20 for the men's 1,500 meter race. Let me introduce the 4 skaters that are on the ice right now in quartet number 1. In the first pairing, wearing the white armband from the Netherlands, is Oka Mouwen. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. Mouwen clocks in his 300 meters at 24.68 and Laxton at a 24.7. Starting in the inside lane, Jalen Doan from Alberta in the second pairing, and in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Daniel Hall. Doan's opening 300 meters, 23.9, and Hall in at 25.58 as they settle in to sprint, if you can, the next 3 laps now or less. Here we go. So we have a Dutch skater and a Canadian skater in pairing number 1. You see Clements, Chris Veeman, Mike Hall, Christine Lazarescu in the coach's box down the backstretch. And we have 2 Alberta skaters. 2 skaters with incredibly bright futures. Jalen Doan, 5-time medal winner at the Canada Winter Games. Daniel Hall, medal winner as well at the Canada Winter Games, and a silver medal in the mass start at the Junior Worlds. Here comes Mouwen, crossing the line with a personal best of 1:49.30, the time to beat to start. Matthew Laxton in at 1:52.58. Jalen Doan and Daniel Hall grinding it out for the final few meters. Doan crossing the line at a time of 1:50.59 and Daniel Hall at 1:51.38. In the second quartet, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veeman. In the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. And in the outer lane from the U.S., Augie Herman.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready. Skaters off the track.
So Veman and Hughes on the line. Kieran Hughes right now. I'm overdue to make one of the most favorite announcements I want to make. It's Pizza Day, ladies and gentlemen. Pizza Day for athletes and coaches and volunteers and staff in the Oval Lounge starts right now at 11 o'clock and goes till 2 p.m. So pizza for athletes is special day, last day, crossing the line. For the 1,500 meter is 149.96 for Veman and Kieran Hughes at 150.74.
False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
I guess you didn't need to know back home that it's Pizza Day here at the Oval. But it is Pizza Day. It is the last day. Dustin Miller mentioned to me that they're offering up pizza for all the athletes and coaches who get fed, and the volunteers as well, and the staff. But I think the big difference is the fact that the athletes get an opportunity to chow on some pizza, which, of course, as you and I both know, is right out of the Canada's Food Guide. Yank Kun Zhao opening time, 24:07. Augie Herman, 24:28. Dave Cruikshank coaching Augie Herman. Mike Ireland, Yank Kun Zhao. So, athletes, if you can hear me, it's pizza time in the Oval Lounge. Pizza time in the Oval Lounge from 11 until 2 p.m. Here comes Stacy with her final poem and gift. I have to tell you all about this before the meat is out. 4 days, 4 poems, 4 gifts. Thank you, Stacy, for that. So I didn't have an opener for you for Veman and Hughes, but I do have the final time for you. You can see it on the screen. Yank Kun Zhao, who's having a knockout year, has got, and Augie Herman, who I've come to know and really like, who is having a great year, a breakout year for him. Will find his way, I think, back into the sport because he really has a desire to grow the sport in talking to him when his career is over. But I hope not too soon because he's doing really well. Augie Herman and Yank Kun Zhao. Herman crosses the line with a time of 148.43. Zhao in at 151.1. Fastest time so far is Augie Herman, the time to beat in quartet number 3 in the inside lane from Quebec, David Laroux. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte.
Go to the start. Skaters back up, please. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
On the ice right now is David LaRue and Caleb Mueller. LaRue laying down an opening 300-meter time of 23:82. Mueller in at 24:65. Having an amazing meet, winning the 5,000-meter men's and 10,000-meter men's race. Hubert Marcotte, the medalist out of Lake Placid at the University Games, 23:44 for the fastest time. And Simpson catching a bit of draft off Marcotte down the backstretch with an opening 300 meters of 24:31. Pudi, Todd Clements, Muncie Fawade are the coaches in the coaches box on the backstretch. Although you can't hear it right now as the bell lap goes off for LaRue and Mueller. There is some very, very loud cheering going on in the Oval right now for this quartet. Some very fast skaters. Simpson is in the mix. Simpson, I've watched him grow up as a skater in Manitoba, and he's having just a great year. To mention now his name along with Marcotte and LaRue and Mueller, that's a real sign of Joel's progress. Way to go, Joel. Congratulations. Crossing the line is David LaRue with the season's best 1:44.77 and Mueller in a 1:46.91. The time to beat is LaRue's in at 1:44.77. Here comes Simpson and Marcotte. Marcotte with the blue armband crossing the line with a time of 1:45.79. The second fastest time. That's a personal best for Marcotte, and Simpson in at 1:48.12. In the next quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Taiwan, Tai Wei Lin. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, I'm going to get a bit poetic on you, and I'm going to do this as quickly as I can. But Stacy Crockett, now Poulette, former speed skater, is the Oval program coordinator here at the Oval, came up with 4 poems, one for each day, and I want to read them to you quickly. And she gave them to us as volunteers and staff, a poem and a gift. Let me call in the opening 300 meters, and then I want to read you 4 quick poems. Tai Wei Lin in at 24:15. Jake Weideman, 24:08. Halleck, 23:88. And Doyon has laid down the fastest opener so far, 23:18. Okay, I'm going to read you these all in a row. The finale is back. It's time once again. The athletes attending rated 10 out of 10. What new this year, you ask? Well, let me tell. No Dawn Brown running the lounge. She's ringing the bell. And we got a new boss man running the ship. Mark's being around, meaning Mark Messer. He's once again hip. Good luck to all. We hope you do well. I know at the Oval we do nothing but excel, and we got some Excel gum. Love it. Finale day 2, and St. Patty's Day is here. Let's drink some green beer and give Irish cheer. This comp is so busy. Greg, meaning Greg Plennert, and Dustin Miller are running around with every new scratch. I see more of a frown. With PBs dropping, skaters are looking fierce and mean. All of them driven by Village Ice Cream. So if you got a PB, you got to head over to Village Ice Cream and get some ice cream right out of Canada's Food Guide. Weideman's time, 1:45.41, crossing the line first as the second fastest time in this 1,500 meters. Wheeling in at 1:47.48. Halleck and Doyon answering back. What are they going to do? Crossing the line, almost at the same time, 146.27 and 148 for Halleck. Doyon 146.27. Weideman now goes to second place. In the fifth quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Jonah Hudebys. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. In the inside lane from Ontario, Emil Hudzik, center. And in the outer lane from Sweden, David Karlingsjö.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Well, these poems might mean more to us than you, but I just thought it was very creative of Stacy Poulat to come to the table with these poems. Let me call in the opening 300 meters, and I'll read you the next two poems. There's not a lot of time to actually share a story when you've got quartets out there. Hurtubise opening 300 meters, 24.66. Poulin at 24.65. Hodzak Santer just crossed in front of us up on the timing deck with a time of 24.47 and 24.3 for Karlingsjö. Okay, here's the third one. It goes like this. Day 3 is here. It's the final 2 days. Training so hard all year, it really pays. The performances are amazing, well-deserved races. Soon you can sit back, relax, and take off the laces. To the volunteers, we hope you enjoyed your 5 guys, because we got burgers and fries. You got to love it. Nothing like a food coma of burger and fries. As the bell lap for Hurtubise and Poulin just went off. And here's the final one with I got a Cadbury Dairy Milk mini eggs. This is good. I'll be chowing on this in a moment. Final day, we are almost there, but the fun is still coming. Do not despair. Pizza party for lunch. Come enjoy a slice. Skaters, don't eat too much. It might affect you on the ice. Thanks to everyone for such a great year. We truly have the best athletes, staff, and volunteers. Personal best for Max Poulin, who did short track and long track all year. Jonah Hudebys from Quebec with a 150.82 time. The time still to beat is LaRue, followed by Weideman and Marcotte. With everything left, Santer crosses the line with a 150.79. Karlingsjö will be happy with his personal best, 150.88. In the sixth quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. In the inside lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Eckenschau. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Depre.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Here we are in the sixth quartet. Holzer and Kulbacki. Kulbacki from Manitoba, 24.91, his 300-meter opener. Holzer, 25.01. Wilhelm Eckenschau and Zachary Depre. Crossing in front of me, Depre, multi-medalist, 4-time medalist at the Canada Winter Games with his opener, 24.76. Eckenschau from Sweden, 25.94. Big shout out to the Kabaki family from Manitoba, Anthony and Marnie. Your sons are doing great. Eric and Ryan, we're watching Ryan. John and Marlene Oldham, the grandparents who are huge supporters of their grandsons' speed skating. I see them at the outdoor events that we put on in Winnipeg, and they're always at the short track events in the inside, always doing their walks, and really just a delight to have them around. And really, I just think that individuals like Eric and Ryan's grandparents really add spirit to the support for these athletes and just extends the family beyond the athletes and the coaches and the parents. So, John and Marlene, thank you so much. Here comes Holes and Kubacki. Crossing the line first is Ryan Kubacki with a personal best of 150.87. Holes are in at 152.71. Eckenshaw from Sweden. And Dupre, personal best for Dupre, 151.63. 152.23 for Eckenshaw. In the seventh quartet, in the inside lane of the first pairing from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. In the outer lane from the Czech Republic, Lucas Steckley. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
If you've just joined us on the webcast, you're watching the seventh quartet of 20 quartets. In the men's 1,500 meters, if you're in the oval, hope you're enjoying the races. 300-meter opener for Daniel Pauly, 24.47. Lucas Steckley, 26.32, the gold medalist in the World Junior Championships mass start. Amy Perreault and Zachary Lacroix. Perreault's opening time, 27.18, and Lacroix, 24.1. Athletes, coaches, pizza in the Oval Lounge. If you go in the Oval Lounge, you get some pizza. Go help yourself. It will be there till 2 p.m., but don't eat too much. You got more races along the way. Daniel Pauly and Lucas Steckley have the bell lap and the end of their 1,500 meters. Pauly will be happy with that time. A 151.94 PB for Pauly from Saskatchewan. Lucas Steckley, 154.40 for his 1,500 meters. Finishing the race first in this pairing is Zachary Lacroix, 150.99 PB. 153.52 for Perreault. In the eighth quartet, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. In the outer lane from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
A full Canadian slate of skaters on the ice right now. Saskatchewan and Quebec twice on the ice right now. Bon Low from Saskatchewan opening 300 meters, 24.78. Felix Larochelle, 25.26. Fergus English, 25.03. And Antoine Hamel, 24.667. All four of these skaters represented their province at the Canada Winter Games this past year. All four left with medals in the team pursuit. Bright futures for these skaters on the ice right now as you're watching Lowe and La Rochelle. Bell lap has gone on for Saskatchewan and Alberta on the ice right now. Athletes, don't forget, if you're done your race, head to the lounge, grab some pizza, carb up. Load up on carbs, get ready for the mass start, but not too much. And of course, the team sprint coming up. Lots of cheering inside the oval here at the oval finale. The last speed skating long track meet of the season here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. La Rochelle gets a personal best with a 152.34. Bon Low, a PB of 152.69. Way to go, Low. Way to go, La Rochelle. Here comes Fergus English crossing the line. He claims a personal best of 153.58 and Hamel 155.46. In the ninth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Raphael Cote. In the outer lane from BC, Kieran Hansen. In the inside lane of the second pairing from the U.S., Matthew Somm. And in the outer lane from Norway, Sondre Glesnet.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Ninth quartet of 20, Raphael Cote and Kieran Hansen in the first pairing. They will start and finish their pairing. And before we go to the second pairing of this quartet, Cote's opening 300 meters is 24.77. Kieran Hansen, 24.65. We'll be handing out the women's 1,500 meter podium finishes, along with the men. Yin Chi, Abigail McCluskey, Laura Hall are our podium finishers. David Leroux is the time to beat. Jake Weideman in the second position and Hubert Marcotte in the third. Marc-Andre Doyon is fourth. And Max Halk is in the fifth position. Right now, on the ice, here in Calgary, Alberta, live at the Olympic Oval, Raphael Cote and Kieran Hansen. Quebec and BC on the ice right now as they head down to complete their last 100 meters with whatever they have left in the tank. Cote's gaining on Hansen. What's it going to be? Hansen will hold that position with a PB of 152.95. Cote in at 153.79. Pair 2 of quartet number 9 coming up.
False start, outer lane, going down too slow. Go to the start. Ready.
Matthew Somm and Sondre Glested passing in front of us in the timing deck. Somm's opening 300 meters, 24.78 as he gets coached down the backstretch with Dave Cruikshank. Sondre Glested being coached by his coach, Arno from Norway. Arna Scooteroo, if I've said it right. Probably the English version pronounced, I'm not going to be able to do the Norwegian pronunciation correctly, is showing obviously the spirit that the coaches show in helping each other out. The Swedish coaches, Swedish skaters rather, don't have a coach. And so he's lending a hand, and that is so cool of him. As all the coaches do, they have each other's backs. I talked at the beginning of our broadcast that I want all the athletes, figuratively and literally speaking, to hug their coach because they play such a huge part of their development as an athlete and as a human being, both on and off the ice. As a speed skating parent myself, we're so grateful for the coaches that come into our children's lives, not just mine, but all the parents that we connect with, provincially, nationally, and internationally. Crossing the line after 1,500 meters first in this pairing is Matthew Somm, time of 1:55.59. Sondre Glested, 1:56.37. He'll be happy as you see his coach cheering in the background. We now move to the 10th quartet in the inside lane. From Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. In the outer lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Andre Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Here are the opening 300-meter times in this quartet. Waddington, 25.86. Toblin, 24.54. Erasmus, 24.16. Boissonneau, 26.65. I've talked about the importance of the openers. I liken it to that of an airplane going down a runway to get up speed before the plane takes flight. In the 1,500 meters, because it's 3 3/4 laps around, the 300 meters is the opener for the skaters to get up to speed, and then they start doing what they sometimes refer to in training, tempo laps. Basically, how fast can you go around the oval with a running start? So it's like 3 running starts now on top of that. So you take the opening time, your then 3 lap times, you squish it together, add them up, and that's your final time. And they put a strategy behind that. This is a marathon sprint. If you give it everything you've got in the first couple of laps, it may carry you through to the final lap. Every skater most skaters anyway, will tell you just how difficult that final lap is. The lactic acid buildup will just seize up your legs, and then you'll just basically, inertia will carry you around the oval for the rest of the race. Logan Toblin with a personal best of 1:55.40. Keegan Waddington 1:56.35. 1:35. Lots of cheering going on out there. Erasmus time 1:57.55, and Boissonneau from Quebec 1:58.66. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. In the second pairing inside lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. And in the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nagali.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening times for Farquharson, 25.2. Ian McPeak, 25.97. Witowski and Nagali just passed in front of us up on the timing deck. Witowski's time for his 300 meters is 24.8. 25.85 for Nagali from Switzerland. Bell lap has gone on for Farquharson and McPeak. Witowski and Nagali are coming out of the south corner into their bell lap very shortly. I see Chris Veeman coaching Ian McPeak on behalf of Scott Van Horn, who has went home, and on behalf of Coach Alex Moritz, who is handling another meet this weekend. So bell laps have gone on for both pairings in this quartet. Farquharson crosses the line with a time of 1:53.92. That's a personal best. And Ian McPeak, 1:56.74. And then that is also a personal best for McPeak. Here comes Nagali with a personal best of 1:54.27. He'll like that. And Witowski, 1:57.09. We move to the 12th quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. In the outer lane from Australia, Darius Ashedi. In the outer lane, in the second pairing in the inside lane from the U.S., Jerzy Hitler. And in the outer lane from Poland, Norbert Piekielny.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening time for Brock Gilbert, 26.26. Eshete in at 27.28. And Hitler from the States, 25.3. I talked to Darius Eshete earlier today. He said somebody accidentally took his soft guards that are his oval guards that they don't make anymore, and they're very precious. They were in the inside near the ice. So check your soft guards, somebody, make sure you have them because Darius wants them back. So if you're not already eating pizza, but make sure you have your own soft guards for your blades. If they aren't yours, they're Darius's. Gilbert and Achete on the line, on the first pairing right now. Jersey Hitler from the States. No Polish skater for the start, so Hitler has to complete his pairing all by himself. This is the 12th quartet of 20 quartets for the men's 1,500 meters. Wearing the white armband, ready to finish his race. 156.92, Brock Gilbert, personal best. Darius Achete crosses the line, a time of 2:03.24. And here comes Hitler. He'll cross the line with a personal best time of 156.50. We now move to the 13th quartet in the inside lane from the Netherlands, Mark Wittagen. And in the outer lane from BC, Nicholas Goliath. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Liam Robinson.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening times for our Dutch skater, Mark Wittagen, 25.85. Goliath, 24.45. Medlicott looks like he's skating by himself. And he opens up with a 24.67. We are skating right through with the 1,000 meter quartets to finish up them, and then we will take a break. We're going to have award ceremonies for the men's and women's 1,500 meters, and I think we still have the women's 3,000 meter races. So Laura Hall and McCluskey, Abigail McCluskey, and Laura Kaye and Yin Chi, stick around. We want to acknowledge your amazing accomplishments for making it to the podium. So awards coming up after the men's 1,500 meters. Pizza. Always got to announce about pizza. It's the last day of the year. The Oval is providing pizza for the athletes. So carb up for the mass start and the sprints, but not too much. As we see Wittagen, our Dutch friend, finishing off the last few meters of his 1,500 meters and does so with a time of 1:53.95, and fill out a ping pong ball on that one. Well, that was Goliath, rather. I take that back. Goliath crossing the line to 1:53.95, and Wittagen 1:59.71. Crossing the line now with the personal best is Matthew Medlicott, 1:57.54. We now move to the 14th quartet in the inside lane One skater only from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. In the second pairing, from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Stay tuned for the women's 1,500 meter and 3,000 meter podium awards after the men's 1,500 meters. We're going to be starting the mass start at 1:45, 1:45. 5 mass start events. It's going to be a crazy afternoon. Mass start, team sprint to finish off the year. 25:34 is Nielsen's opener as he's getting coached by Arna Scooteroo. And Sutherland's opener, 26:55, and Angelozzi in at 26.8. I see Mike Hall and Julie Wang in the coach's box as well. I said this on the webcast, but to all those that are in the oval, you can do the math, but go on to speedskatingresults.com. There's about 1,300 long track competitions from the end of July till right now. That's a lot of speed skating on planet Earth. 18 of them are right here in Calgary, Alberta at the beautiful, grandiose Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. Skaters love skating on this ice. Nielsen looking absolutely exhausted as he crosses the line, and who wouldn't be after doing a 1,500 meters? The most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating, 2:01.07 is his time. Here comes Sutherland, and he crosses the line with a 1:57.62 for his personal best. And Angelozzi almost loses control with his burst of energy at the end, 2:04.43. In the 15th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from BC, Jack Hansen. In the outer lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Finley Tulloch.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
A pair of BC skaters on... I crack myself up sometimes. I thought I had the switch on for the oval, so I just yelled into the mic. Sorry about that in webcast land. That's for conversations. Here we go. Pair of BC skaters on the ice right now. Jack Hansen opener 25.8. Matthew Mitchell 26.32. Perreault 27.63. And Tulloch in at 26.64. BC, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. 3 of our 10 provinces represented on the ice right now. Right here on the fastest ice in the world here at Calgary, Alberta. Hansen and Mitchell. Perot and Tulloch all have got the bell lap with a burst of energy in the same skin suits. The white armband is Jack Hansen. Personal best for Jack, 1:56.33. Matthew Mitchell, personal best, 2 minutes, 0.95 seconds. Way to go, Jack. Way to go, Matthew. With the blue armband from Nova Scotia to match his skin suit, Finley Tulloch with a personal best of 2:55, 2 minutes, 0.55 seconds, and Perot in a 2:02.46. We now move to the 16th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from France, Jimmy Jouet. In the outer lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we now stop, pause for an ice prep. I got ahead of myself. So 15 quartets in. We now take a break. Let me look at the schedule. We're going to come back at 12:15. We're going to hand out awards for the women's 3,000 meters and the women's 1,500 meters. 12:15, ladies and gentlemen, out in webcast land here in the Oval. I'll come down in a moment. We'll hand out awards to the 1,500 meter women's and 3,000 meter women's. Sorry about that. And then we'll come back with the last 5 quartets. So stay tuned. That's what I do. I head down. You're going to be doing somebody guiding you on the camera? Just checking to see if the microphone works, and it does. If I can have everybody turn their attention over to the podium, we'd like to hand out the podium awards to the women's 5,000 meters. I said on the air it was 3,000. It's the women 5,000 meter race. This group of 3 women achieved personal bests. So if I can have everybody's attention, look to the podium finishers. Dustin Miller, team lead of competition, will be handing out the awards. So let's start with the third place finisher. From the province of Quebec with a time of 7:19.88 and a personal best. Who doesn't like personal bests? But better than that, a third finish. Lori Kaye. Sorry about that, Lori. From Quebec, Lori Kaye taking the third place position. In the second position, from the province of British Columbia with a personal best of 7:09.11. Give it up for Abigail McCluskey. And taking the top position, a woman who's set 2 track records, one in Lake Placid and one in my hometown of Winnipeg, Manitoba, with a personal best time of 7:07.22 as I compete with the sound of the Zamboni. Give it up for personal best and first place finisher, Laura Hall. All right, get closer together, girls. Podium finishers, smile, look at the lens. This is your moment. Congratulations to Lori Kaye, Abigail McCluskey, and Laura Hall. Laura, stay there for just a moment before we go to the 1,500 meters. I'm going to do an interview quickly with Laura. Laura Hall, your name is becoming synonymous with speed skating. Winning track records. Laura, just how would you sum up this season so far?
It's been pretty good. Accomplished a lot of my goals, so looking forward to having some time off and then going next year.
Okay, what exactly is happening in your year to have a good year? Is it the training? Is it your mindset? What's working for you?
Just a combination of everything, I guess. Just kind of came together good.
How bad do you want to be at the podium every time you skate?
Yeah, I'd say every time I skate, I'd want to be on the podium.
I think it's in her blood, in the family blood. She also was the Canadian Junior Champion back in 2022. Unfortunately, you never got to represent our country with the maple leaf on your back, but you're doing it now in World Cups and the University Games. Give it up for Laura Hall, our 5,000 meter winner. Congratulations, Laura Hall. Let's do it over again. The women's 1,500 meter race. She's going to come back to the podium with a personal best of 2 minutes, 0.27 seconds from the province of Alberta. Third place, Laura Hall. Not straying too far from the podium is Abigail McCluskey with a time of 1:58.45, taking the second position. The pride and joy of Penticton, BC, Abigail McCluskey. And she's had this position before with the women's 1,000 meters, taking top position in the women's 1,500 meters, all the way from China with a time of 1:55.32. Give it up for Yin Chi. Laura Hall, Abigail McCluskey, Yin Chi, congratulations on the podium finishes for the 1,500 meters. Get close together as you are. Well done. Yin Chi, stay right there. In her broken English, here we go. Chi, well, congratulations on the 1,500 meter race. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, I'm feel it's okay. So I think I can faster. I want personal best, but I'm okay. I need more training.
Well, that's what I was going to. You said to me yesterday when we talked, you definitely want to go faster. What do you think you need to do to get faster times than this year going into next year?
My plan is first study. So training just hobbies. So I now need repair final example.
So studying is her priority, but this, according to her, is in fact a hobby. But you're doing very good at this hobby. Are you looking forward to the off season?
Yeah, I'm like a Irish season. Yeah.
You mentioned you're an international student. How long do you stay in Calgary? Are you staying in Calgary, or do you go back to China?
I'm come here 4 months. I'm now don't have plan go back China because I need more study. I need go to class. I need see my classmate, my teacher. Yes.
So next year at this time, are we going to see you here in Calgary at the Oval Finale and all next year at the various competitions?
Yes, very good. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, from China, international student here in Calgary, the winner of the 1,000 meter women's race and the 1,500 meters.
Yes.
Congrats, and we look forward to seeing you back here again. Great job.
Yes, thank you.
Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the mass start, women's and men's exciting junior and senior, followed by the team sprint. Lots more racing in the last day of the Oval Finale and Canada Cup 5. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Athletes, if you aren't aware of it, there is pizza in the Oval Lounge. If you haven't heard, the Oval is splurging for pizza. For you athletes, coaches, managers, volunteers, parents, no, sorry. But athletes, yes. Don't carb up too much. You got mass starts and team sprints, but if you don't, then enjoy. I see Zachary Lacroix warming down from his race. He went faster with a PB because he shed 6 pounds of hair. Zachary Lacroix. Anyway, look forward to the mass start. It's going to be tons of fun. See you out there. Get some pizza.
Racing will commence in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
The winner of the women's 1,500 meter race was Yin Chi from China. Taking the second place was Abigail McCluskey, followed by Laura Hall. And in the women's 5,000 meter race, Laura Hall took the top position. Abigail McCluskey, the second position, and Lori Kaye, the third position, all personal bests in the women's 5,000 meters. We're not complete. The men's 1,500 meters. LaRue, Weideman, and Marcotte, the times to beat. 5 more quartets to go. Before I introduce the skaters, just to let everybody know one more time. Athletes, go get some pizza in the Oval Lounge. It's being provided for you by the Oval, Dustin Miller, and the
Good.
staff. And last day, so it's a nice treat. Let me introduce the first quartet. The 16th quartet, to be exact. In the inside lane, all the way from France, Jimmy Jouet. In the outer lane, from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. In the second pairing of that quartet, in the inside lane from the States, is Nathaniel Beveridge. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Lafrancois. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody, on the webcast and at the Oval. We now resume the men's 1,500 meter race, arguably the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating, a marathon sprint, opening 300 meters for Jouet, 26.19, all the way from France. Wigglesworth in at 28.19. Beveridge flying solo with a time of 25.83. No William Lafrancois. Jimmy Jouet and James Wigglesworth in the first pairing. And Nathaniel Beveridge in the second pairing by himself. Bell lap for the first pairing was Jouet and Wigglesworth. Julie Wong. Looks like Sebastien Beaulieu is coaching Jimmy Jouet. Bell lap for all 3 skaters now. So in the white armband, Jimmy Jouet crossing the line with whatever he has left in the tank at a 157.56 personal best. Wigglesworth will clock in his 1,500 meters at 205.9. And Beveridge, with a bit of a sprint, with the last few meters to go in his 1,500 meters, he crosses the line at a time of 201.05. and books in a personal best to finish off his 1,500-meter
Test.
season.
Okay.
In the 17th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Stephen Lee. In the outer lane, also from Ontario, Alex Wood. In the inside lane from Quebec, Olivier Landreville in the second pairing, and Nate Ben from BC in the outer lane. Good luck.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Ontario, Quebec, and BC on the ice right now. Stephen Lee, 26-16 for his opener. Alex Wood, 26-63. Bob Mallard coaching both of those skaters, although he may have help. Olivier Landreville from Quebec, opener 27-31. Nate Ben with an opener of 27-19. It looks like Christina Lazarescu is helping out Bob Mallard. Looks like she's coaching Alex Wood and he's coaching Stephen Lee, if I've got it right. Our Quebec coach is Sebastien Bouillou and Phil Riopel for Nate Ben. Bell lap has gone off for Lee and Wood, two Ontario skaters that know each other well, compete against each other, are teammates, are friends, but right now, bringing out the best in each other. Hopefully they get some personal bests. Alex Wood, in fact, does get one, 1:58.75. Alex, you can thanks Stephen for that. Stephen with a personal best of 2 minutes 51 seconds. 2 minutes, 0.151 rather. And Lee gets a personal best. Stephen, you can thank Alex. So they brought the best out in each other, ending their 1,500-meter season with PBs. Crossing the line first in this pairing is Nate Ben with a 2:07.07 time, and Landreville in a 2:08.65. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Etienne Perron. In the inside lane, in the next pairing from Quebec, Edouard Beaulieu. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 300 meters for Aaron Reel, 25.98. Etienne Pian from Quebec, 26.96. Edouard Beaulieu, 26.95. And Kulbacki, 27.37. You could tell the Manitoba skaters by their skin suits, which are black with yellow stripes on them. Riel from Manitoba and Kulbaki from Manitoba. And a couple Quebecers on the ice, Perron and Beaulieu. All fairly evenly matched skaters. Riel might have the upper hand in this group of four as they get the bell lap, the first pairing. Bell lap for Beaulieu and Kulbaki. Two Kulbakis race at the Oval this weekend, or are racing. Ryan Kulbaki, Eric Kulbaki. Aaron Riel crosses the line. He'll be happy with that. Coming all the way out here from Manitoba, 2:01.65 for a personal best. And Perron all the way from Quebec, a 2:07.82 personal best for Aaron Riel and Etienne Perron. Congratulations. Edouard Beaulieu crossing the line first in that pairing with a personal best of 2:04.14. And Kulbaki with a personal best as well, 2:08.94. Way to go, personal best. And a reminder to all the athletes, personal best, get your names on the ping pong ball 1 hour after the 1,500-meter races. We do the draw at around 1:30. In the 19th quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Lucas Sullivan. In the outer lane from Ontario, Camden Bate. In the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Lucas Sullivan from Quebec and Camden Bate on the line. Sullivan 26.65 is his opening 300 meters. Bate 27.73. Looks like Bob Mallard coaching Bate. Sandrina Lapointe coaching Lucas Sullivan. Kremenek and Boyce from Alberta. Down the backstretch, Julie Wong helping out. And looks like Marika Nadal from the Alberta Speed Skating Association. 4 skaters on the ice, 4 coaches on the ice, 8 souls. But all doing most of the work, of course, are the skaters. Prizes coming up for the ping pong balls. 1,300 or so ping pong balls with personal bests. Probably close to 2,000 season's bests. A gold, silver, and bronze prize. Katie DeBoer, and me, Greg Bieber, will do the draw this afternoon. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Lucas Sullivan, 2:08.54. Camden Bate coming on, 2:12.49. Here comes Kremenek and Boyce with whatever they have left in the tank. Boyce is going to cross the line first and does so with a time of 2:09.42 PB for Evan. Braden Kremenek, 2:10.56. Personal best, 3 out of 4 in that quartet. Congratulations. We move to the final quartet of the season in the men's 1,500 meters. In the inside lane from Ontario, Chandra Danda. In the outer lane from Norway, Martin Solberg Andreasen. And in the inside lane from Norway,
Test, test.
In the second pairing, Christian Landro Magnuson.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Are you guys going to come up? You're leaving now? Are you done? Yeah, okay, thanks. The final quartet is on the ice right now. I was just talking with Bonnie Blair, the legendary Bonnie Blair, the wife of Dave Cruikshank, the mother of Blair Cruikshank. And she wanted to give a shout out to everybody, to thank all the volunteers and everybody to put the meet together on behalf of all the Dash skaters and the American skaters, Bonnie Blair and Dave Cruikshank and the entire American skating team that came up. Safe travels wherever they take you, and we look forward to seeing you back at a speed skating venue near you or us next winter. You're a delight to have around. Thank you. Solberg Andreasen crossing the line with a personal best of 157.65. Danda 205.74. And Magnuson 152.54. Personal bests all around. So skaters, listen up. You basically have 1 hour to get your personal bests on the ping pong balls before we do the draw. Katie DeBoer and I, for 3 prizes. We'll explain what they are. 1:30, we'll be doing it before the mass start. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll change it over. Okay. Yeah. And this stays on.
Testing. Test. Good afternoon, everybody. For those that don't know me, my name is Mark Messer. I'm the director of the Olympic Oval here in Calgary. This afternoon, we're thrilled to announce that the organizing committee Calgary has made a significant donation to the Olympic Oval Bursary Fund. The organizing committee, OCC, as it's known, is a nonprofit society formed in 1989, with the founding members all part of the 1988 Olympic Winter Games Committee. Since its inception, this committee has organized 34 ISU World Cups and World Championships on behalf of Speed Skating Canada, partnering with the Olympic Oval and Speed Skate Alberta. I'd like to welcome Alice Humany, the chairperson from Olympic Oval Organizing Committee.
Thank you, Mark. For over 30 years, our volunteer committee has been committed to producing world-class competitions and hosting the fastest skaters in the world here at the Olympic Oval. Throughout this time, we have maintained strong partnerships with the Olympic Oval and worked closely with them and our partners within our speed skating family. I'm honored to represent our board, who has volunteered hundreds of hours for each event, as we led 200 volunteers in these various World Cups and World Championships. Our dedication to the production of these events evolved into a commitment to the development and support of our athletes as they pursued their dreams. This no doubt resulted from our watching them progress from local speed skating events to the World Cups and World Championships that were hosted here. And they moved from local events to international events, and in some cases, the Olympic Games. Contributing to the athlete bursary is our way of demonstrating our commitment to the skaters, as it gives our organizing committee Calgary great joy to play a role in their pursuit of excellence. I would like to introduce some of the members of our team who've been with us for 30 years or thereabouts: Nanette Ho-Coverington, Catherine Humany, Linda Murch, Antonio Feola, and Greg Plannert, and Mark Messer. I'd now like to call upon Katrina Lemedon.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizing committee for this donation, for your work over 30 years, 35 years. The Olympic Oval was my home for 17 years as I went from a provincial athlete to national team and then to realizing my dream on the Olympic podium. And to give back, we know that the cost of committing to a dream, of going to the Olympics, of going to a World Championships, of going to a national championships, we know that that's a huge financial commitment. And so we wanted to do something which would help the athletes who have committed, move to Calgary, come here to train at the best facility, with the best coaches, with the best team, with the best ice makers, truly the best world-class facility in the world. So the Oval Bursary was created in 2005, and let me tell you, in the last almost 20 years, we have helped support over 150 athletes. We've given away $200,000 in various denominations to the athletes. Now, these funds are to help all the athletes with all the financial expenses, whether it's travel, whether it's training, whether it's equipment. And, we're really pleased that we've been able to help so many athletes. From the new $100,000 donation from the organizing committee, $75,000 of that will go straight into the bursary, and $25,000 is going to be kept aside for an endowment fund. We don't want this oval bursary just to be here for a few more years. We want it to be here to be sustainable for long term so that we can continue to help athletes on a greater scale. We're going to hear firsthand a little bit of the impact that that bursary has had, and I'm really pleased to bring forward one of this year's athlete bursary winners. Just 8 years ago, she was at Canada Games in Prince George in her hometown, moved up the rankings as every athlete wants to start to make their mark on the international scene, and then every athlete knows and every coach knows and everybody who's watched even a child go through it, there are different hurdles. And this athlete experienced a hurdle of losing karting, having no national funding, and then to be awarded the bursary and to go from a bursary winner in October of 2022 to world champion in March of 2023. Please welcome Carolina Hiller.
Thank you so much, Katrina. Yeah, this year has been huge for me. I feel like, I guess you can call it a breakthrough year. It's honestly been great, and it was a lot of thanks to the bursary, and being received was absolutely incredible. Yeah, losing karting was rough. I didn't know financially how I would make it. I was honestly on the verge of retiring at the end of last year just because I just didn't know how I could make things work. And yeah, being able to receive the bursary speed skating financially is super hard. It's super expensive, right? And then being able to get the bursary, being able to cover some of those costs was huge. Having both our trial events in Quebec were really hard as well. And so yeah, the bursary was able to alleviate some of that stress. I was able to just focus on my skating and get to the line every race as fast as I could. So yeah, thank you so much. It meant a lot this year.
Thank you so much, Carolina. And we just want everybody to understand it's not just that financial donation that's important. It's the commitment to having athletes understand that there's belief in their efforts and that the effort that athletes put forward, their values to commit to this program, we believe in all of you. So on behalf of the Olympic Oval, and I'll turn it back over to Mark, but I want to say thank you to the organizing committee for believing in these young athletes, for helping them pursue their dreams. We know that the sport part is super important and it's following your dreams, but it's also that we're building great leaders of our country, of our community and our country. And all of these athletes who've committed to sport will go on to great things and help our country continue to be the great place that it is. So thank you to the organizing committee, and I will turn it back over to Mark.
Just one final thing. Just join me in thanking the OCC for this $100,000 donation. Thank you.
Is David LaRue, Jake Weideman, Ubem Alcott, are you in the house somewhere? If you are, come over here. Hang out with Sky Guy. We're going to hand out your podium finishes. Here we go. If I could direct your attention to the podium, we're going to have one more time. If I could direct attention to, we're going to hand out the 1,500 meter men's podium finishers. What are all skaters? This is the final 1,500 meters of the year. With third position. Position. The issues with me. All right, here we're taking the third position from Quebec, a multi-medalist at the University Games in team pursuit, getting a bronze and also mass start with a personal best of 1:47.78. Would you give it up for a third place finisher, Hubert Marcotte from Quebec? Handing out the awards is Dustin Miller. In the second position, Jake Weideman with a time of 1:41, 4/100ths of a second off his personal best. Jake Weideman, second position. Dustin, over to you. Second podium position for Weideman at this meet. And we're not getting tired of seeing him up here. This is the fifth time at the podium, the second in the first position, with three other second positions and one other gold, if you will, with a season's best, 1:44.77 from the province of Quebec. Give it up for David Laroux. Congratulations to Hubert Marcotte, Jake Weideman, and David Laroux. After picture taking time. Are we doing it now? No? After picture taking time, I'm going to have a quick interview with David Laroux. David Laroux, back to the position number one. Okay, David Laroux, it's your fifth time at the podium at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Exactly what is working for you right now?
I think I just try to stay relaxed and have fun this weekend, so I think that's the trick for me right now.
Yeah, but there's got to be more to that. Other skaters are being relaxed and having fun too, and I'm not interviewing them right now. Is there something else beyond that?
Well, I think it's all the training, like in the past few, weeks, months, years. So I think that's all about that. Like, you just do your best every day, and then like results start to come one day. So,
how much do you place the importance of your off season on your actual skating season?
Well, my off season isn't really an off season. Like, I do a lot of school, so it just changed the mindset. But it's really good to just like think about other things. So yeah, I'm gonna rest hard like for the sport aspect, but still gonna like grind for school, I guess.
So how would you rate this season on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being a terrible season, 10 being a fantastic season.
Well, I had mixed feelings about this season. Like, I started with injuries and like results I wasn't really happy about. I finished quite well, so I would say a 7. I'm quite happy. Like, it's on the way. Like, like I'm doing what I needed to do for like the moment. So hopefully next year is gonna be a better season with like less injuries.
So what would be one goal if I am interviewing you 1 year from now and you look back? What's one thing that you would like to say to me that you have planned, strategized, and accomplished?
Well, I would like to have my first individual medal in World Cups or World Champs. So that would be one of my goals. I'll be focusing on that.
And so do you go back now home to Quebec for the off season and to finish your studies?
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 5-time podium finisher at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Give it up for David Laroux. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, up is the Mass Start Women's Junior Women's senior and junior men's equipment check right now for the juniors across the tracks. You ain't seen nothing yet. The excitement and entertainment's coming up this afternoon to finish off the oval finale, followed by the team sprints. Stay tuned. We're not done here in Calgary, Alberta just yet. See you soon. .145 start for the mass start, 1:45, and we'll do a draw at 1:30 for the ping pong balls and the personal bests. Hi, everybody up there in the lounge. Hope you're enjoying the pizza. Have you hugged your Dustin Miller today? Dustin's down here. Big thank you to Dustin, all the pizza for all the athletes. As we all know, pizza's right out of Canada's food guide.
Testing 1, 2, test. Testing, test. Fives. Oh, Katie is here. Okay, I went to the wrong area. Are we good to go? Yes? You want this on the webcast? You want this on the webcast? While we're waiting to do the draw for the personal bests, I just want to give another shout out publicly to all the coaches. And you know who you are, and athletes, you know who they are. Athletes, have you given your coach a hug today, figuratively and literally? They are a huge, big part of your life, both on and off the ice. As a speed skating parent myself, they have a huge impact on our development and their development. So to all the coaches, national team coaches, oval program coaches, coaches from all the other provinces, a big thank you for everything you've done all season. With the last half of the day to end the season. Coaches, thank you so, so much. So the draw we're going to be doing is related to something that was created, I believe, by our guest relations supervisor, Katie DeBoer. And to generate enthusiasm for personal bests, when the skaters got a personal best, they would get their name on a ping pong ball. As we all know, the podium only has 3 positions, so they get recognized. But the actual podium for every single skater is called a personal best. That's your line in the sand to determine your measuring stick on how you're progressing in the sport of speed skating within your level of development. There's over 1,300 ping pong balls in that sphere. Are you good to go? And almost 2,000 season's bests. So if you turn your attention over to the podium, I'm going to walk over with Katie. And Katie, I think you're going to take the mic, yes? Okay, Katie DeBoer, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out and collecting PBs at our oval finale. Sorry, we're just figuring it out. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so Jonathan will be drawing 3 names. 3 ping pong balls that represent your personal best that you've made throughout this 2022-23 Olympic Ovals season. Every single one of these balls represents a personal best that was broken on this ice. Fastest in the world. All right, and so who do we have right now?
We got Ryan Kobaki.
All right, our winner. Sorry, I lost volume. Our winner for place is Ryan Kobaki. This has to be at least a 5K. Thank you so much. Come to the front desk to collect your prize unless you are around. I don't see him. One more. Oh, sorry. Ryan also wins by anonymous donation to the Oval and to the Spheres feed is AirPods. Congratulations, Ryan Kobaki. All right, and for second place, we have the winner of a free paper distance or 2 free SDS, depending. It's Darson. Congratulations. Come by the front desk or here if you're around. And so for a final bronze winning is one single Darby. Come collect your prize. Here you are. Congratulations. You can as much as you want. All right, Ryan, get over here. So you collect the gold medal prize and some AirPods. Congratulations. All right, and to continue for our third place, again, for time trial or 1 SDS. Is it legible? Miss Kendra Hawkins for 500 meters. Congratulations, Kendra. If you're in the building, run over here. Thank you so much for participating. Ryan Kobaki or call back.
coming up. The women's mass start, 1:45 start.
worries. Just let us know when you're ready. Test shot. Test shot.
I only have just a couple seconds. You know, where are you born and raised? Yeah? Where do you live? How long have you been skating? Yeah. And short track? Wow. Who introduced you to the sport? Who introduced you to the sport? Favorite distance is the race, long track. What are you working on right now? What are you trying to improve on? Oh, I see. Okay, so you want to go distance. Okay. Who's your coach? Murray? M-O? That's Murray. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Out of Hamilton? Okay. What's you just started? What you have a hope and a dream? Okay. What's one thing you do unrelated to speed skating? How old are you, by the way? What's one thing you do unrelated to speed skating? And then a sport other than speed skating? And if I were to say hi to somebody, if I was to give them a shout out, who would you give a shout out to? Chandra says, hey, he wants to say hi to mom, dad, brother, sister, favorite school teacher, what? Why him? Okay. Big shout out to Jordan. Okay. Anything else I need to share with me? Alex, have we done this? Oh, I thought we did. Okay. All right, Alex, what? Good. Were you born and raised where? Where are you now? How long have you been skating? How old are you? Favorite distance to race? What are you working on right now? To improve. What's one hope and dream you have? Okay. What do you do when you're not speed skating? Cool. What other sport you like other than speed skating? And if I was to give a shout out to somebody, who would that be? What's your name? Your last name? Hartland. That? H-A-H-E-H-A-R-T-L-E-N? Hartland? Okay. Your dad here? No? My dad always worked from. What's his name? Like that? That's it. So I just kind of talk about you. You know, and then when you go back to the webcast, Oh, now I know where I got that information. You guys can head up this way, but thank you. Hey, good luck the rest of your season. You're not starting yet. Good luck, and then you're not. And then have a great off-season. We'll see you back to Jour. Good luck. You're here. I can't even put them on. Anyway, thank you guys. Yeah, you're welcome. Coming up. Coming up is the women's mass start event, and there will be two of them, a senior group and a junior group. There'll be, I believe, 11 skaters in both. This is really exciting. 1:45 start. They're all getting their equipment checked, their transponders put on. They'll be heading down to the start line shortly. 1:45 start. Big shout out to our prize winners. Kendra Hawkins taking the bronze place prize for ping pong ball personal bests. Darby Beeson taking the silver, and Ryan Kobacki taking the gold. So that's awesome. First place to Kobacki, second to Beeson, and third to Kendra Hawkins. All for putting personal bests on ping pong balls inside the sphere. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't realize it stuck up on me. Let me introduce the 11 skaters in order of their helmet cover. Rosanne Grenier from Quebec, Laura Hall from Alberta, Kirsten Hagen from BC, Claire Mallard from Ontario, Gabrielle Jelinek from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote from Quebec, Ariane Fournier from Quebec, Anne-Marie Lindquist from Sweden, Marie-Michelle Gagnon from Quebec, Loïc Caillé from Quebec, and Rebecca Simmons from the United States. If I count, there should be 11 skaters on the screen. So there are 10. Ariane Fournier is not part of this race. 10 skaters in the women's seniors race. Over to the starter.
Ready.
Okay, everybody, inside the oval, I'll leave the mic on, also for the webcast. You are watching the final women's senior mass start of the year here at the Calgary, Alberta. This is a 16-lap race. You are watching the formation lap, a race that nothing happens. They race in a group, race in a train. Leading this train is Rosanne Grenier. And that's the first gun come up. Here comes the second one. And now the race is officially on. And there will be 3 sprint laps in this race and then a bell lap. So after the first lap, Grenier, Hall, and Lindquist are in the 1, 2, 3 positions. They get points for crossing the sprint lap. As 2 laps are complete, they now head into their third lap. Laura Hall, who's very good at this race, will be one to watch. Lindquist from Sweden is in the second position. Gagnon from Quebec. I don't think that these skaters are going to go that fast early on, given it's a 4-day meet. They've been fairly tired. It is a 16-lap race. Hanging around in the pack, catching the draft is helpful. And now we've got a sprint lap. That's the bell sprint lap. The first 3 skaters that cross the line in the sprint will get 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Grenier, Mallard, and Hagen were the first 3 skaters, as in lap number 3, if you will. And let's see what it looks like as they cross the line. They're not working that hard. So we'll give 3 points to Rosanne Grenier. Claire Mallard will take 2, and Hagen will take 1. Those points only really matter if they get into a semifinal situation where it might help move them up the ranking inside the pecking order, but we'll take the points anyway. When they cross the line, I believe the winner will get 60 points. The silver medalists will get 40 rather, and the third place will get 20. Laura Hall has decided to up her ante and create some distance between her and the pack as they finish 4 laps. Actually 5, I guess, with 10 to go. It's a 16-lap race. It can be a good idea to separate from the pack as Hall holds on to the top position, with Jelinek now coming up in the second position and Grenier still in the top 3. Rebecca Simmons, Mallard, Hagen, and Gagnon Cote. Those are the 8 positions. If you're going to take off from the pack, you better be sure you've got the energy, because nobody's creating any draft for you. Hall is a veteran mass start raider and a long distance skater, and she's got a bell lap. So Hall, Jelinek, and Grenier are the top 3 positions. We're in the 7th lap. This is a sprint lap. So if Hall holds on to her position, she'll end up with 3 points. Let's see how it works. See how it ends up, rather, as she heads to the line. And there's her 3 points. Thank you very much. Those are 3 on the board. Simmons gets 2, and Jelinek is now 1. So that was the order in that group. 6 different skaters crossed the line in 2 sprint laps with 7 to go. Hall still out in the lead. Lori Kaye now is in the second position. She's moved up. Jelinek's holding on to the top 3, inside the top 3 positions. Grenier back 1. Mallard, Hagen, Cote, and Simmons kind of holding right in there. Simmons did get a point. And now she's moved to the 8th position. So you've got Laura Hall, but Kaye and Jelinek now are kind of hanging out together. Hall, Kaye, and Jelinek. You have those 3, and then you have the pack after that. You notice that they're skating in the inside of the lane. They want to cover the 400-meter track and the shortest distance possible. You can use all 13 meters if you want, but basically they spend time in the 5-meter part, the inside lane. Bell lap has gone on. And whoever crosses the line in this group will get points. Lori Kaye is now in the top position. Laura Hall in the second. Gabrielle Jelinek in the third. They call this race NASCAR on ice. They call this lap a sprint lap because they want to get some points. So getting points would be Lori Kaye. Kirsten Hagen now. Actually, I think Kirsten Hagen got 3 points there. Laura Hall got a point. And I think Laura Kaye got 2 points. So Hagen has now put herself in the mix as they're completing their 12th lap. Now they're settling in. Who's in the front? Lori Kaye. Laura Hall is back there. Gabrielle Jelinek. Hagen is holding inside the pack near term, but it's a train right now. So they're obviously holding a good pace, but they're not sprinting, but we're going to see that change. Lori Kaye from Quebec. Laura Hall from Alberta. Gabrielle Jelinek from Quebec. And now Laura Hall is making a move. Jelinek stepped up her game. Hagen back in the 3rd position with less than 2 laps to go. Claire Mallard, Roseanne Grenier, Lori Kaye, Emmanuel Cote, Rebecca Simmons. But Hall, As a veteran of skating in long distance, it's going to be tough to hold her off. And now we're on a sprint, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. 400 meters to go. Laura Hall. It doesn't matter what points they have from their sprint lap. It's all positioning. Hall from Alberta, Jelinek from Quebec, and Mallard from Ontario as they head down the backstretch into the final corner. We got a skater down. Crossing the line first is Gabrielle Jelinek, holding on to those top three positions, sprinting to the end. Mallard in the second position, Rebecca Simmons third, Roseanne Grenier four, Kirsten Hagen fifth, Laura Hall sixth, Lori Kaye seventh, and Anne-Marie Lindquist eighth. Not sure who went down. And that was a very exciting race. Congratulations to Gabrielle Jelinek, who loves, out of all the distances and races in the sport of speed skating, mass start is her most favorite, and no wonder why. She showed up and delivered. Gabrielle Jelinek, we'll see you at the podium unofficially. First position, Claire Mallard from Ontario, second. And an American in the mix, Rebecca Simmons. That was exciting. Congratulations to all the ladies. Senior, what a great season you guys had. We now switch over transponders to the juniors, and I'll throw some music on and we'll start that race shortly. The junior race will be 10 laps, not 16. 10 laps, so stay tuned. Okay. I'll introduce the skaters after the start. I'll do it during the formation lap. I count 11.
Skaters spread out on the line, please. Back line. Okay. You can relax. ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's on the ice right now. The women's junior mass start race. There are 11 skaters. You're all known to them. Alberta skater Darby Beeson will lead the formation lap. Isabelle Champagne is also from Alberta. Sophia Bieber from Manitoba. Mallard from Ontario. Rachel Mallard. From Quebec, Leila Cartier. From Ontario, Brielle Durham. From Quebec, Marie Ferlette. From Ontario, Daria Vogt. From BC, Beth Smith. From Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. And lastly, from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk. Almost all of these skaters have represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. The formation lap, a nothing lap out of a 10-lap race. Darby setting the pace, having a cup of coffee, chatting with her friends before the actual race begins. Let's wait and hear the gun go off. Okay, the race is officially off. In the formation lap, you can't pass the leader. In this case, it was Beeson. Now it's a free-for-all. 11 skaters. Beeson is very proficient at the mass start. Won last weekend, followed by Isabelle Champagne. So those are two skaters you want to keep an eye on. Bieber won the mass start at the Canada Winter Games. Keep an eye on her. Those three and the other 8, are they going to challenge those 3? Margaret Breedlove from Alberta is in the second spot. Marie Ferlette is in the third. Is in second, and Daria Vogt is in the third position. So we've had the formation lap, one complete lap. We'll have another second lap. Coming up will be the sprint lap. The points don't matter a whole lot, but it's in place for the rules anyway. You can't skate around at 0 miles an hour until the last 2 laps. It forces the racers to step up their game. Ferlat from Quebec is in the first position. Vogt in the second. Beth Smith in the third. Right now, they're all in a pack. And we'll see who's going to cross the line first for a sprint lap. Looks like Leila Cartier will take the points in that sprint lap. Isabelle Champagne, second. Rachel Mallard, third. Beeson is in fourth. Bieber, fifth. Vogt, sixth. Ferlat, seventh. And Brielle Durham, 8th. There are 2 sprint laps and then the final bell lap. So taking matters into her own hands right now is Breedlove from Alberta saying, you know what? Catch me if you can. Well, let's find out. You got Breedlove in front, followed by Cartier, Mallard, Champagne, Bieber, Beeson, Smith, and Vogt, all in a train. Coming up, after they circle around the south end of the oval, they'll head into a bell lap with the next 100 meters. This is the 6th lap they are entered into. The 7th, actually, and they'll have 3 to go after this. Breedlove, Beth Smith, and Isabelle Champagne. Keep an eye on Champagne and keep an eye on Beeson. They know how to race this race. Now they stand up, have a little chat, talk to each other. How's it going? What are you doing in the off season? Off season's right around the corner. well earned for all of these skaters. It's been a very, very busy year with Canada Cups and all the events at the Oval and the Canada Winter Games, and for some of the juniors, Beeson and Bieber representing the World Junior, the Canadian Junior team at the World Juniors. Busy year, great year, post-pandemic year, as Champagne now is in the first position, followed by Beeson. Vote Beeson Mallard. This will turn out to be almost a 2-lap sprint. Favors the sprinters. We're going to see what happens. There is a certain strategy. Let's see what happens. Looks like Bieber has made a move to the front. She is a sprinter, so catch me if you can. And it's a bell lap. Bieber now taking the lead position, followed by Beeson. But looks like Champagne or Beeson has overtaken Bieber as they head to the final corner. Here comes Beeson. Champagne, Bieber, what's going to happen? Beeson will cross the line first. Darby Beeson, Isabel Champagne, Sophia Bieber. No surprise. Rachel Mallard, Layla Cartier, Brielle Durham, Olivia Krawchuk, Margaret Breedlove. That's the 8 positions. Darby Beeson back at the top of the mass start, winning last year. Champagne in the 2nd position. Bieber didn't race it last week in the 3rd position. Rachel Mallard, Layla Cartier, Brielle Durham, Olivia Krawchuk, and Margaret Breedlove. Very exciting race. The mass start is starting to take on a continued life of its own and becoming more and more popular in the sport of speed skating. Congratulations, ladies. Let's give them a big round of applause. Some of these skaters are coming back for team sprint, a long day for their final race of the season before the off season. Guess what? We all get an off season. Parents too. Volunteers. Stay tuned for the men's mass start senior category, followed by the juniors. You watched 11 skaters on the ice. You're going to see 22 skaters, 23 skaters on the ice, which will start at 2:30 in 22 minutes. So you think a pair of skaters might be a lot of skaters on the ice. 23 skaters for the men's mass start. This is going to be awesome. Stick around. You ain't seen nothing yet. What an awesome finish to the Oval finale in Canada Cup 5. Is that fun to watch? Did you like that? Well as inside the oval. We got a small town on the ice right now with knives on their boots, special skin suits for safety measures with helmets, cut-resistant neck and ankle protection, and gloves and racing suits. A lot of skaters. That group needs a mayor and a couple of councillors. Jake Weideman from Ontario, Gabriel Oder from Austria, Max Halleck from Alberta, Hubert Marcotte from Quebec, Joel Simpson from Manitoba, Larue from Quebec, Caleb Mueller from BC, Eric Orlowski from BC, Luca Veman, Saskatchewan, Daniel Hall, Alberta, Jalen Doan, Alberta, Emil Hodzak-Santer, Ontario, Sebastian Champagne, Ontario, Daniel Pauly, Saskatchewan, Wilhelm Eckenschau, Sweden, Lucas Steckley, Czech Republic, Gregory Picard, Quebec, Joshua Hathaway, Alberta, Bon Lowe, Saskatchewan, Zachary Lacroix, Alberta, Antoine Emile, Quebec, Jared Farquharson, Alberta, and I think Ryan Gibson is in there. Chief referee Philippe Meroy all week long in the turning back the clock Ted Jan Bloman outfit with the yellow pants on, yellow suit with a black jacket. 16 laps, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be fun to watch. Weideman taking the lead for the formation lap.
Ready.
Who could tell who's who out there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway. 16 laps, men's mass start. Only 3 are going to cross the line to get the first, second, and third prize. Of 23, percentages are lower when you've got that many skaters. Here we go. Jake Weideman is leading the formation lap. The first of 16, the gun will go off and the race will really start. I think I heard what. Here we go. They're in the 15th lap. Weideman will hold the top position. Oder second from Austria. Marcotte from Quebec. David Larue's out there in the 4th. Caleb Mueller, who's won the 5,000 and 10,000 meter races. Congratulations, Caleb is in the 5th. Joel Simpson from Manitoba. Max Halleck, the 7th position is Zachary Lacroix. All right, it's opening up. These guys are starting to set it up here and up their game. Daniel Pauly says, okay, catch me if you can. And his Saskatchewan Bon Lowe is in the 2nd position with Emil Hodzak-Santer from Ontario. You can watch these skaters speed up, slow down. You need skill set for long track. You need skill set for short track. And you got to have a smart race. First of 3 bell lap. Here we go. This is 13 laps to go. The bell lap, looking for points here. More than points, you actually have to put in an effort. You can't not skate hard and work towards some points. Bon Lowe looks like he wants those points. But overtaking him is Hodzak-Santer, and he says, hey, there's my 3 points. Thank you very much. Bon Lowe 2 points, Daniel Pauly 1. And that's the first of 3 sprint laps. 2 more to go, and then, of course, the bell lap. Now they're in a coasting mode. They're in their 12th lap right now. These skaters will be tired. They've skated a lot of races. They're using the whole, and we got a skater down. Look out. That looked dangerous, but he turned into a swimmer, I think. Caleb Mueller says, hey, I think I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Emil Hodzak center, second. Daniel Hall, third. Now, this is interesting. Mueller is a long-distance skater. 5 laps in, 10 laps to go. Mueller is well in front of the pack. Max Halleck second, Daniel Hall third. You would expect Hall would be in the mix as he was silver medalist at the World Junior Championships. Lucas Stetley, the gold medalist, is on the ice as well from the Czech Republic. You can never count out Jalen Doan. You never know what he's going to do. Same with Jake Weideman, Hubert Marcotte. But Caleb has got that long distance kick as they head into the 10th lap with 9 to go. Mueller holds on to the top spot. I think from this vantage point, Caleb Mueller is the skater to watch. He's on a high right now, well rested from his 2 months off. If he passes or overtakes another skater, that skater is disqualified. Those are the rules. But Mueller won the 5,000 and 10,000 meter race. First place finisher as he still holds on. In this meet, Mueller has got those distances, 5 and 10. Daniel Hall, no surprise, has now moved up. Max Halleck continues. I think Antoine Amal is no longer in the race. Now Daniel Hall, who is an aggressive skater and can be in the mass start, is now in the first position. There's a pack of 3, Hall, Mueller, and Halleck all together. Hall, Mueller, and Halleck. And then the rest of the pack. Okay. We're in our 7th lap with 6 to go. We've had 2 sprint laps so far. A 3rd sprint lap is coming up in a lap and a bit. Hall with 2 points, Mueller with 3, Halleck with 1. Mueller and Halleck are enjoying the draft from Hall. Daniel Hall holding on to the first position. Mueller, Halleck. That's it, that pack of 3. Followed by the train. Although I'm looking from my distance, that train looks awful fresh right now. This could be still anybody's race. And when you're hanging out in a draft, you are conserving energy. Watch the train. Somebody could bust out at any time. Mueller now is in the top position. Here comes Hathaway, who is a long distance specialist, followed by Max Halleck. Caleb Mueller got 3 points there. Thank you very much. Hathaway got 2. Halleck got a point. Hall has fallen off the top 8. Hathaway has come out of the pack. Orlowski has come out of the pack. Hubert Marcotte has come out of the pack. And now the train, the pack of 3, have changed. Mueller has set back. Halleck and Hall are not in the top 3. Joshua Hathaway is carving out some distance. It's not a bell lap, right? One more. Hathaway has now created quite a distance between him and the pack. Hubert Marcotte and Eric Orlowski are holding on the 2nd and 3rd position. But here comes Hathaway. He's opening it up. He may catch the back end of that train. and send those other skaters off before he finishes the race. I think this race is for second and third between Orlowski. Here comes David Leroux. Now Weideman is stepping up. Marcotte has fallen back. Antoine Hamel is now in the mix. Here comes Hathaway. Looks like he's going to take this race. This race is for 2 and for 3. It's going to be very close, almost to the end, crossing the line. Hathaway takes this race, followed by Leroux and Weideman. Another couple meters, and they had caught up to Joshua Hathaway. Leroux and Weideman were just flying around down the front stretch. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what 23 skaters in a mass start look like. Wow. Here comes the final skaters to finish up. Let's give these skaters a big round of applause. Joshua Hathaway, David Leroux, and Jake Weideman. What a great race. Coming up is our second mass start. It's going to seem like the town is empty when this group gets out there. There is only 7 skaters. Stay tuned. For those on the webcast, to stick around. We'll have the camera on and we'll have the 8 skaters at the start line, or 7 skaters. And so stay tuned. Right now, the chief referee, Philippe Meroy, is going through the instructions for the, looks like 6 skaters, maybe 7 skaters. On the ice, I see Darius Achetti from Australia, Alexander Giannotti from Ontario, William Boissonneau from Quebec, Nicholas Goliath from British Columbia,
Ready.
Jerzy Hitler from the United States.
Skaters, stand up. We'll wait for the announcer.
So 6 skaters in total. And Logan Toblin. Those are your skaters.
Ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second senior mass start that's happening right now. Logan, it looks like William Boissonneau actually is the, it's Logan Toblin is the lead of the formation lap. This will be a far different race than the skating race of 23 skaters, the size of a small town in Alberta. So all 6 you'll see on the board all the time. Formation lap is coming up, followed by the next 50 laps. And starter Kim Fraunberger has officially started. 1 lap gone. Now they're heading into the 16th lap. These skaters have skated quite a bit over the last 4 days. This is not a sprint race by any means. Although this race may turn out to be a sprint with only 6 skaters. To bait each other might waste some energy at the beginning or in the middle of the race as they come finish up the second full lap and 14 to go. Right now, crossing the line, the lineup looks like this. You got Darius Achetti from Australia. So you have an Australian in the first position, an American, Jerzy Hitler, in the second position. Looks like Goliath in the third position, Giannotti fourth. Boissonneau is the 6th position. Jimmy Jouet is there. Jimmy Jouet is in this race. That's good. Okay, that's the main thing. So Jimmy Jouet, I was wondering that myself. So I think he's actually in place. And Logan Toblin is not in this lineup. So Alexander Giannotti, Darius Achetti, and Jerzy Hitler. Nicholas Goliath, Jimmy Jouet, Boissonneau. Jimmy Jouet's an interesting story. Jimmy comes from France, an exchange student. As Nicholas Goliath takes over first position. Comes over to Trois-Rivières for an exchange, now moved to Quebec City. Is trained by Sébastien Bouillot. Obviously can speak French, Canadian, and Quebecois French and Parisian French. So coming up will be the completion of the 5th lap with 11 to go. You kind of have a train of 4 and a pack of 2 at the back. Goliath holding on to the first position. Takes 3 points in the sprint. Not much of a sprint, but nonetheless he'll take the 3. Giannotti in the second position, and Hitler from the States in the third. 6 skaters. I think that the order is about to change as they cross over with 10 laps to go. Boissonneau has taken the lead. Darius Achetti stays in the mix. Giannotti in third. Goliath has moved back to the 6th spot. Was that a good move? Not a good move? We'll find out. 16-lap race, 3 sprint laps, and a bell lap. The mass start's often called NASCAR on ice. This is the second of the 3 sprint laps. That means they have to up their game, exert an effort. They can't just skate around quietly for 14 laps and then sprint the last 2. The sprint laps do tire the skaters out. With a group this small, without a semifinal, really it's about placing and bragging rights. They're picking up their pace now. So Giannotti has gone from the 6th spot to the 1st spot. Hitler now is in the top 3. Jimmy Jouet, who I had a chat with before, is in the 3rd position. If you're wondering why there was 2 mass starts for the men, it's the ISU determines who goes in each of the mass starts. It's all seeding depending on times in the, I think, the 1,500 meter race. So 2 groupings with now 7 laps to go of the 16 laps. Giannotti, Hitler, and Jouet, 1, 2, 3, Boissonneau, Achetti, and Goliath. 4 to 6 positions. Gotta love Chief Philippe Marois' historical outfit today, taking us back to the 90s, looking a little bit like a walking Ted-Jan Bloemen. Crossing the line, the chief ref keeps an eye on things. Alex Giannotti, Jersey Hitler, and Jimmy Jouet. This grouping has not changed. Goliath is falling off a little bit. So you got a train of 5. No one wants to go all that hard because you're going to get really tired and you'll have nothing left. There should be a bell lap and is. Doesn't look like they're sprinting overly hard, but they do have to pick it up. The pecking order hasn't changed. Giannotti, Hitler, Jouet, Boissonneau, Darius Achetti from Australia, who's uncoached but loves to skate. By the way, we're going to be handing out the awards for the women's mass start, junior and senior, so winners, be around. And also for the mass start for the men, we want to give out these awards ahead of our sprint laps races. Team sprints coming up. This will be the 4th full complete lap. Sorry, the 13th complete lap with 3 to go. The pack of 5, the train of 5, is intact. I think if I was racing, I would like positions 3 and 4 right now, catching the draft from the skaters in front. It does make a difference. They are preserving energy. Jouet and Boissonneau are definitely, and Hitler as well, are definitely preserving energy. Goliath is definitely falling off the pace right now. But out of those 5, you're going to see 3 take it. As they start to pick up the pace, they know that there's less than 3 laps to go. They're 8 minutes plus into the race. And now this is basically turning out to be a 400-meter race right now. This is anybody's race in this group of 5. Right now, Boissonneau has got the first position, Hitler second, Jouet third. But let's see what happens as they head down the straightaway. It looks like Hitler is going in front of Boissonneau as he heads into the south corner, finishing off the final turn of this mass start. Down goes, I'm not sure. But crossing the line, this looks like Jersey Hitler. And it is. No, it's not. It's Jimmy Jouet, followed by Jersey Hitler and Alexander Giannotti. Darius Sachetti. And Boissonneau went down in the final turn. Goliath to finish off the race. Jimmy Jouet from France, living in Quebec, wins the race. Jersey Hitler taking the second, and Giannotti the third. Here comes Nicholas Goliath to finish off his race. And here come the participants of this race. How about a big round of applause for our group of 6 in the senior men's mass start. Coming up, the final race of the mass starts, the junior men's. And there is a lot of them. There is 20 skaters, 22 skaters at this point anyway. I haven't seen any scratches. They're all getting ready right now. All these are known to you because they've been skating for the last 4 days. So a big shout out to Joshua Hathaway, David LaRue, and Jake Weideman for their podium finishes in Group A of the mass start. Jimmy Jouet, Jersey Hitler, Alex Giannotti for Group B. Darby Beeson, Isabel Champagne, Sophia Bieber for the junior women's, and Gabrielle Jelinek, Claire Mallard, and Rebecca Simmons. Ladies, remember we want to hand out podium awards, so Gabrielle and Claire and Rebecca, make sure you're down at the podium after the junior men's mass start. This is day 4 of the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Sadly, it's coming to an end. I know the skaters and the coaches and the parents are all looking forward to the off season. It's going to happen. It's been an exciting 4 days. It feels like it just started. As we watch now all the junior men's head down to the start line to get instruction from one of the referees. It's been an incredibly exciting 4 days. The Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Some of the skaters are on the bikes. They're warming up around the oval. They're getting ready for their team sprints. Let me share with you the skaters that are participating in the junior men's mass start. Max from Alberta, Max Poulin. From Manitoba, Ryan Kolbacki. From Quebec, Zachary Dupre. From Quebec, Antoine Amel. From Quebec, Felix Larochelle. From Saskatchewan, Fergus English. From Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. From Manitoba, Ian McPeak. From Alberta, Brock Gilbert. From the Netherlands, Mark Wittagen. From Alberta, Liam Robinson. From BC, Jack Hansen. From BC, Matthew Mitchell. From Alberta, James Wigglesworth. From Ontario, Stephen Lee. From Quebec, Edouard Beaulieu. From Manitoba, Aaron Reel. From Quebec, Olivier Landreville. From Quebec, Etienne Piron. From Manitoba, Eric Kolbaki. From Ontario, Chandra Dandra. From the Netherlands, Oka Mauen. And just because I love the cheering, from BC, Jack Hansen. From BC, Matthew Mitchell. No more cheering from BC? Okay.
Ready.
Okay, we are off. Max Poulin will lead the formation lap of a 10-lap race with 20 skaters on the line. I think you keep an eye on Zachary Dupre and a number of the Quebec skaters. Ian McPeak is sneaky strong. You keep an eye on him. Ryan Kolbaki, an eye on him. Fergus English, you want to keep an eye on him. I saw at the Canada Winter Games. Is Veeman in here? No. Veeman overtook Jalen Doan on the left. Fergus English was coming on the right and took out a snowbank because it was outside and there was lots of snow. So I think you keep an eye on English right now. In terms of the pecking order, Fergus English first, Max Poulin second, Jack Hansen third, Ryan Kolbaki fourth. This is the first of two sprint laps. This train is not looking like much of a train so much at the front end as Oka Mauen and Brock Gilbert and Max Poulin are in the 1, 2, 3 positions. Okay, crossing the line first is La Rochelle, and I said do keep an eye on these Quebecers. La Rochelle taking 3 points, Kolbaki taking 2, and Zachary Dupre, a 4-time medalist at the Canada Winter Games. So there are 5 laps to go. Fergus English says, you know what? Come catch me if you can. Max Poulin was on the Canadian junior national team this year in Insel, Germany, as was he selected in 2022. Oka Mauen from the Netherlands is in the 3rd position. Kolbaki lingers in 4th. Another sprint lap. English is holding on to the front, but here comes the train. And keep an eye on the fleur-de-lis. Zachary Dupre, Felix La Rochelle. These Quebecers are strong. La Rochelle, Dupre, we're at the Canada Winter Games. So is Kobaki. Fergus English, Max Poulin, La Rochelle, Zachary Dupre, Ryan Kobaki, Okamawan, Jack Hansen. As the train starts to thin out, about half of the skaters are in the front pack, about half are in the back pack. Coming up, we'll have 2 full laps, and that'll be a 2-lap race, 800-meter race. This will turn out to be an 800-meter race. Okamawan, our Dutch skater, who's come over from the Netherlands, is in the front pack. I mentioned McPeak. He's now come out of nowhere to take the 3rd position along with Kobaki. You keep an eye on McPeak and Kobaki. They're sneaky strong. We're going to get and we've got a bell lap. This now turns out to be a sprint. Who's got what left? Here we go. Dupre is taking over the 1st position. Matthew Mitchell out of nowhere. Ian McPeak in the 3rd. Everything they got. Mowen 4th, Kobaki 5th, Hansen 6th, Poulin now the 6th position. Here we go. The fleur-de-lis coming down the way. Multi-medalist from the Canada Winter Games. Zachary Dupre crossing the line. Ian McPeak taking the 2nd position. And Kobaki 3rd. Quebec, Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, I warned you, those Quebecers and Manitobans. Okay, that was exciting. Wow. I turn your attention to the podium where we want to acknowledge the podium finishers in the women's mass start. I believe we have all the podium finishers here for the women nonetheless. Where is Gabrielle Jelinek? Where is Claire Mallard? Where is Rebecca Simmons? Can Rebecca Simmons hear me? Can Rebecca Simmons hear me? Come on over here. And where is Gabrielle Jelinek? Can Gabrielle Jelinek hear me? I'm looking for Gabrielle Jelinek. Is Gabrielle Jelinek in the house? Is Gabrielle Jelinek in the house? Ladies and gentlemen, the senior podium finishers in the mass start at the Oval Finale Canada Cup. All the way from the United States, taking the 3rd position. Would you give it up for our American friend, Rebecca Simmons? Handing out the award will be Dustin Miller. Claire Mallard from the Mallard family. Big from Ontario, from Ottawa. Give it up for our 2nd place mass start finisher, Claire Mallard. And she said she lives and breathes for this race. Well, not exactly, but I paraphrased in English. But from Quebec, our 1st place finisher, give it up for Gabrielle Jelinek. Get in close for the pictures, ladies. We are family. Gabrielle, stay right there. I want to do a quick interview with you. Okay, it'll be quick. Gabrielle, congratulations on your race. Okay, what did you do to win that race? What was your strategy? Because when I interviewed you, you said the mass start is your favorite race. What was your plan?
My plan was to do the sprint at the end. Yeah.
So did you stay in the pack and then take off?
Yes, I did.
Well, congratulations to Gabrielle Jelinek, our mass start senior winner. Congratulations, Gabrielle. Mass start women's junior. winning this race at the Canada Winter Games, coming third here at the Oval Finale Canada Cup 3. Would you give it up for our third place finisher from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber? Taking the second place position, I believe for the second week in a row at last weekend's event from Alberta. Give it up for Isabel Champagne. And back-to-back champions in the junior mass start from Adria, Alberta. Give it up for Darby Beeson. Congratulations to Bieber, Champagne, and Beeson. 1, 2, 3, get close together for the photos. All right, a quick interview. Darby Beeson, you weren't going to be denied. You were going down that race. Champagne, could you hear Champagne's footsteps? You passed Bieber.
No, I was kind of like just like in like the zone, and like I couldn't really see like anything. Like I was just like, okay, I need to get to this finish line, and I was just like darted to the like finish line basically.
So 2 meets, back-to-back winner. What is your secret to your mass start success?
Short track.
Short track. It's a combination of short track skills. Well, congratulations on your back-to-back victories. Give it up for Ardrey, Alberta native Darby Beeson, everybody. Congratulations. If we have Joshua Hathaway here, put up your hand. Joshua Hathaway. 1. Jake is here. Where's David LaRue? Is David LaRue in the house? David LaRue. Is Jimmy Jewett here? Where are you, Jimmy? No? Jersey Hitler, are you here? No? Alex Giannotti? No? If we have David LaRue, then we can do the senior men's A group. All the men are here? David. Calling David LaRue to the podium finish. David LaRue. Is David LaRue in the Oval House? He knows he finished second. He's had a few podium finishes. Missing is David LaRue. David LaRue. Okay, we're going to round up some more athletes before the podium finish. We're looking for David LaRue, Zachary Dupre, McPeak, and Quebec hang around the podium. And Jimmy Jewett and Jersey Hitler and Alex Giannotti, find your way to the podium at some point. We'll find you. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to give your attention to the podium finish. We are going to hand out and acknowledge and recognize the podium finishers for the men's mass start A group. This gentleman is no stranger to the podium at the oval finale, Canada Cup 5, all the way from Ottawa, Ontario. Would you give it up for Jake Weideman, third place position. Not to take a back seat to Weideman, is now heading to the podium for the 6th time, a record here at the oval finale in Canada Cup 5. All the way from the province of Quebec, second place, David Leroux. And coming out of nowhere, but a long-distance skater used it to his advantage and called it right to the end, created quite a gap. First place finisher in the mass start here at the oval finale of Canada Cup 5, number 1, Joshua Hathaway. Close up for pictures from family and staff, and I will do an interview with Joshua in a moment. Oh, Joshua, stay right there. I'm going to come talk to you. Good job, David. First of all, Joshua, we've never met before. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Congratulations. I'm going to just put the mic up and you just talk. Congratulations on this mass start.
Thanks, yeah, no, it was a lot of work. Just trying to stay on my feet and stay in front of everybody.
So I have a question. When you entered this race, knowing all the races that you were racing against, did you think that you were going to win?
Honestly, no. I just tried to stay on my feet and stay ahead and, just do what I could. And, I knew if I was going to do anything in this race, I had to come out hard earlier than anybody else could. And that's what I tried to do, and that's what I did.
At what point in the race did you know that you said, okay, I'm going to make a move. I might just get this. And not just a podium finish, but a first place finish.
Oh, well, I tried at 5 laps, and I just gave it my all, and I was like, it's going to be a long, hard grind, but it's what I can do, and it's what I did.
You're a long-distance skater. You love the 5s and 10s. That must have helped you, that endurance in your tank, yes?
Exactly, yeah. No, it's just, my coach Todd, we go out and we do lap after lap every practice and just try and make it as fast as possible.
So, what's ahead for next year then?
Same thing, just trying to work on my 5K, 10Ks, and mass starts, I guess, now too, and, yeah.
Congratulations on the mass start, and I wish you all the best in the off-season. I look forward to being here with you next year. Good job. Joshua Hathaway, your number 1 winner here, mass start, senior men's. And if I'm still on, we're coming back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final races of the day. Team sprint before it's lights out. Okay, we're going to move to the team sprint, women's and men's, starting at 3:30. We'll hand out the awards to the mass start women's, or rather men's junior, with Zachary Dupre, Ian McPeak, and Ryan Kolbacki. Well, you know what's coming up next? The final races of the season, long track, the team sprint. We'll have 5 pairings in the team sprint women's. It's 3:26. We'll start at 3:30. So what is the team sprint, you might ask? It's 3 skaters per team. They skate 3 laps, and after 1 lap, a skater drops off. And then there are 2 skaters. And then they go around again, and another skater falls off, and then there are 1 skater. And then that's it. So 1 skater skates 1 lap, 1 skater skates 2 laps, and the last skater skates 3 laps. We have the Puff Puff Power Girls against the Jam team coming up. Puff Puff Power Girls. That's Isabelle Champagne, Laurence Paquette, and Darby Beeson. The Puff Puff Girls. The Jam Girls are Claire Mallard, Alexa Annika, and Molly Johnson. They've come up with some creative names. Puff Puff against Jam. Welcome back to the Oval for the final races of the day. This is what it's all about. Tons of fun. Day 4, the final day. It's sad it's coming to an end. The off season around the corner. Everybody goes home, takes a month or so off, and then the training starts in early May, and we do this all over again starting in August and September. I'll turn the music off, and we'll get started with the starters. The skaters will start in the middle of the ice. Coming up, team sprint, women's. We'll hand out the mass start junior men's after in the team sprint. Zachary Dupre from Quebec, Ian McPeak from Manitoba, Ryan Kolbacki from Manitoba. That's 1, 2, 3 for the mass start juniors. I'm going to come up and hang out with the parents. They give me this roaming microphone, God bless them. And I think I'll call it right from up here, if that's okay. We'll see if actually, if I get too far away from the transponder, if it works. This is a nice view from here. Beautiful. This was built in 1987, September, for the 1988 Olympics. Second permanently structured indoor oval in the world. There are 39 of them now. The last one was built in Quebec City. They domed their outdoor oval, is what they did. It's really an outdoor sport, though. Like hockey was an outdoor. But now they play it indoor. But now they actually want to go back outdoor, too. I wonder if this is still working. You all. Are you guys We're getting sorted out for the team sprint. Once again, it's a 3-lap race with 3 skaters. The Puff Puff girls against the Jam team in pairing number 1. Just Furious, Not Fast against the Triple Threat Ottawas, pairing number 2. River Rebellion, the Red, that's got to be Manitoba, against King's Ice, that's in pairing number 3. Ice Queens Mix, Ice Queens MTV rather. So pairing number 4 is Ice Queens MTV and Rapid La Moine. En français, that'd be the Quebec group. Slade team in Blondies, Quebec. I guess that's from Quebec, isn't it? Oh, this is awesome. I'm going to keep going higher. I understand Will Dutton has put a team in who barely survived a 10,000 meter race. Lucky to be alive, will live with back pain the rest of his life, still wants to race. That man is a beast. I'm going to call this race from up top. I'm on the 3rd floor looking down at the beautiful Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. Right here in Calgary, Alberta. Team sprint. The 3 skaters will start on either side at the 1,000 meter start line. The team that starts closest to the will be in the inside lane. The team on the other side, on the east side by the Bonies, Puff Puff Girl, Puff Power, Puff Girls Power, and Jam Team. Isabelle Champagne, Laurence Paquette, Darby Beeson for the Puff Power Puff Girls, and Millard, Annika, and Johnson for the Jam. Oh. This is a sprint. The Jam team is made up of Molly Johnson, J for Johnson, Alexa Annika, A for Annika, and Claire Mallard, M for Mallard, J-A-M, acronym for their names. One skater will fall off after the first full lap. It looks like the Jam team has got a little bit ahead of the Powder Puff girls. Okay, falling off is the first of the 3 skaters as they come around. The Puff girls, which is Champagne, Paquette, and Beeson. Okay, falling off is the second skater of now the 3, and now it turns out to be a sprint lap for the final skaters. And right now, holding the first position is the Puff girls. Crossing the line will be the Puff girls. Darcy Beeson, the third and final skater, besting the Jam team by about a half a second. We now move Just Furious, Not Fast team. Kendra Hawkins, Anna Bourgeois, Laura Hall. Followed by the triple threat Ottawas, Brielle Durham, Rachel Mallard, and Maria Vogt. The Ottawa triple threat girls will start in the outer lane on the east side. And the Just Furious, Not Fast team will start in the inside lane to the bleachers. So the Puff girls have the time to beat. I can't tell exactly from here, but here we go. Kendra Hawkins will lead the Not Furious, Just Fast team. Just Furious, Not Fast team. And Brielle Durham will lead as triple threat. So Durham and Hawkins will be the first to drop off. Bourgeois and Hall will finish up in lanes 2 or laps 2 and 3, and Rachel Mallard, Daria Vogt for the other group. So here, dropping off right now is Kendra Hawkins. Now you see Anna Bourgeois and Laura Hall crossing in front of us. Brielle Durham will have dropped off, and here comes Rachel Mallard and Daria Vogt. You see Bourgeois and Hall, fairly close race between these two groups. Couple national team skaters here in the Just Furious, Not Fast. Bourgeois now slides off. And finishing up will be Laura Hall in that group. Rachel Mallard has slid off, so Daria Vogt and Laura Hall. A sprint to the finish, Vogt versus Hall. Here comes Laura Hall. They're going to take this race. Laura Hall crossing the line, and that is the time to beat. The time to beat 1:05.71. That is the first position for the Just Furious, Not Fast team of Kendra Hawkins, Anna Bourgeois, and Laura Hall. Puff, you got the Powder Puff girls, Champagne, Paquette, and Beeson. Now we've got River Rebellion, the red, and King's Ice on the ice. Olivia Krawchuk, Robin Salt, Bieber, River Rebellion. The Red River Rebellion. The Ice Kings on the ice right now. The Red River Rebellion is Olivia Krawchuk, Robin Solly, Sophia Bieber. Starting on the bleachers side, the Ice Kings, Caitlin Pelkey, Rachel Freitag, and Emma Langstrom as they cross over in the middle of the ice first. Caitlin Pelkey will drop off for the Ice Kings. Olivia Krawchuk will drop off for the Red River Rebellion as she does. Now there are two skaters, Bieber and Solly, and Freitag and Langstrom as they head to the halfway point of their lap. Red River Rebellion slightly ahead. The Ice Kings. We'll see Rachel Freitag now slide off to the outer leg, as does Robin Solly. Now it's a sprint. Sophia Bieber and Emma Langstrom with 300 meters to go in each of their races. Bieber crossing the halfway mark first. A long set of races all coming to an end. Their last race of the day, their last race of the season right now. Bieber and the Red River Rebellion will best the Ice Kings and take the second position of 136. Is 135.64. Red River, so that's the fast. The not fast, just furious is first. The Red River Rebellion is second, and the Powder Puff Girls, Power Puff is third. We now move to the fourth pairing, featuring the MTV Ice Queens and Les Moines Rapides. I go on to none of these times are safe at this point, even though Just Furious, Red River, and Power Puff are in 1, 2, 3. Have difficulty. They may have some difficulty here. Okay, we've got MTV Ice Queens and Les Moines Rapides. Andre Phaneuf, rather I should say that. Emmanuel Cote is dropping off, as is Tatiana Defleck. Now it's Victoria Gopelin and Matt. Lori Caille and Roseanne Grenier. The Ice Queens are Tatiana Gopelin and Madison Perriman. Emmanuel Cote, Lori Caille, and Roseanne Grenier. Grenier and Perriman are the final two sprinters on the ice right now. All skaters have dropped off except the third and final skater. Crossing the line first is the Ice Queens, taking the top time of 1:32. That's Tatiana Defleck, Victoria Gopelin, and Olympia Perriman. Les moins rapides, Emmanuel Cote, Laurie Caillé, and Roseanne Grenier. They are in the second. The final. The final pairing, Team Slay and Quebec Blondies, coming up. Making up Quebec Blondies are Audrey Fanouf, Rose Lalabroteriwa, and Gabrielle Jelinek. Making up the Team Slay are Kirsten Hagen, Lena Hiller, and Abigail McCluskey. That's the team to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Those positions on the board, the Ice Queens, Le Rapid, Quebecers, and Just Fast and Furious are in jeopardy, not in jeopardy. Falling off is Fanouf and Kirsten Hagen. Now it's Lara Botewa and Gabrielle Jelinek. The bell lap. Now, who's on the ice? For Quebec Blondies, Gabrielle Jelinek. Followed by Abigail McCluskey with less than 200 meters to go. This time should probably take it, probably dethroning the Ice Queens. Let's find out. Crossing the line is the Quebec Blondies, taking first place position at 132. However, that just got beat by Team Slay. Team Slay is taking of Kirsten Hagen, Lena Hiller, and Abigail McCluskey. That was the team to watch. So, one more time, correctly, Team Slay in the third position at 132 and change. Team Slay is Kirsten Hagen, Lena Hiller, Abigail McCluskey. In the second position, the Ice Queens, the MTV Ice Queens, Victoria Goplan and Madison Pearman. And taking the first position is the Quebec Blondies, Audrey Fanouf, Rose Lalabotewa, and Gabrielle Jelinek. Ladies, make sure to get down to the podium for your podium finish awards. We now move to the men's sprint. There are 8 pairings. I'm going to get their names for you, but in this first grouping, we've got Team CSSA and the Fort St. John boys. That's Team Sprint, by the way. Okay, Team CSA team. This team is made up of Evan Boyce, Eric Angelazzi, and Zachary Lacroix. Zachary, a coach for these skaters. Fort St. John boys. Matthew Mitchell, Nicholas Goliath, and Jack Hansen. Okay, falling off now is Matthew Mitchell. And Evan Boyce. So it's Angelazzi and Lacroix. You can tell the Fort St. John boys by their uniforms. Now falling off is Nicholas Goliath. Okay, here we go. It's a sprint. Jack Hansen versus Team CSA. Zachary Lacroix. So Lacroix and Hansen. Here comes Lacroix out of the final corner. This is going to be close, very close. Crossing the line first are the Fort St. John boys, besting Team CSSA by just a few 1/100ths of a second. We now go to the second pairing, so the time to beat. On the ice right now is Team BCSM. Okay, we are on. By the way, there is no coaching on the ice for skaters. There are some skaters on the west side of the ice. There is no coaching. I'm coming up with the regular folks. Let's find out what's going on, what it looks like from this. If there's any skaters on the other side coaching, you can get out of the coach's box, or I'll get security over there to remove you. No skaters in the coach's box. So the time to beat, 1:29 and change. On the right now is Team S. This microphone's not great. Brock Gilbert, Mark Watagan, Oka Mauen. For Team Stroop Waffle and Team BCSM. Kieran Hansen, Bon Lowe, and Ryan Kobacki. So Oki Mauen. Final stretch, and Ryan Kobacki crossing the line first. Will be Team BCSM against Team Stroop Waffle, whoever comes up with these names. So Team BCSM of Kieran Hansen, Bon Lowe, and Ryan Kobacki are the team to beat. Team Stroop Waffle is the second team, followed by Team CSSA. Coming up are the Philly Cheese Steaks against the Quebec Air Force. Philly Cheese Steaks in the inner lane, Quebec Air Force in the outer lane. Oh my. Phil Riopel, Andre Erasmus, Matthew Medlicott, you heard that right. Phil Riopel taking the lead. Etoile Perron, Olivier Londerville, and Wad Bouillot, Quebec Air Force. Here we go. Do we have medics in the house? I believe we do. Phil Riopel, coach, beloved coach here in the Oval program, is just saying goodbye to his team right now and is creating some distance, almost like a mass start. But Riopel is showing his chops, turning back the clock. Phil Riopel, nicely done, as he drops off. Andre Erasmus and Matthew Medlicott in the Philly Cheese Stakes. For Quebec Air Force, Étoile Perron has dropped off, but Olivier Laundreville and Edouard Beaulieu are in the line as Beaulieu is pushing Laundreville as they go into the north corner. Now we only have one stake. Two stakes have fallen off. We have one Philly cheesesteak on the ice left, and that's Matthew Medlicott. Let's see how this steak gets cooked at the end as he crosses the line. The Quebec Air Force, it's Edouard Beaulieu coming down the straightaway in front of the bleachers. Like I said, Air Force.
You called him the farce the whole time.
And without any challenging, Phil Riopel, Philly cheesesteaks take it. But they don't dethrone anybody in the first, second, and third position. Philly cheesesteaks bests the Quebec Air Force. It may be close, so may go to the photo finish, but let's go to the fourth pairing. In the inside lane, Paul Lee's Princesses. Oh my. And in the outer lane, Team Clampins. Princesses versus Clampenses. I'll introduce the team once they get going. Paulie's Princesses. Daniel Paulie taking the lead with Fergus English in the second position. Logan Tomlin in the third. Team Clampins, William Lafrancois, Raphael Cote, and Felix La Rochelle in the third and final position. Okay, I'm looking at Paulie's Princesses. One of the princesses has dropped off. That is Paulie the Princess has dropped off. The other two princesses are continuing on. Team Clampings, it must mean something to them with Raphael Cote and Felix La Rochelle. The fleur-de-lis is on the ice. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes with a few meters left before the second skater drops off. And now we only have one princess drop off. Rather, Fergus English, the second princess, has dropped off. Logan Tomlin, the final princess. And here comes Felix La Rochelle, everything he's got in the fleur-de-lis outfit, who represented his province at the Canada Winter Games and took home a medal, a gold in the team pursuit. He's going to cross the line first, and he bests the princesses and puts them on top. Team Clampins is now first. Team BC SM, but we have some princesses in the top three, and that's how it goes. The time to beat, ladies and gentlemen, is 1:20 and 1:25 and change. Here we go. Team Hammerhead, Les Bons Clampins. And they're off. Team Hammerhead with a Will Dutton down start. We may as well call them Spider Kids. Émilie Wad, Antoine, Amel, and Zachary. Sorry about that. Team Hammerhead. Joel Simpson, Eric Orlowski, and Josh Hathaway. the winner of the mass start. Les Bons Clampins, Émilie Wad, Antoine Amel, and Zachary Dupre. Dropping off in the team Hammerhead is Joel Simpson. And dropping off for the Clampins is Emile Ouad. In front of me is Antoine Amel and Zachary Dupre. And the other two skaters. Orlowski drops off. It's now up to Joshua Hathaway and Zachary Dupre as they go down the straightaway. Dupre looks like he's got a bit of an edge. Oh, these skaters look tired. 4 days of straight skating. It's tiring. End of season. What's left in their tank? It's going to be close. Crossing the line first is Les Bons Clampins, besting Team Hammerhead. And Hammerhead takes the second position. The Les Bons French team takes the first. We now have Takeover Team A in the inner lane and the Three Stooges in the outer lane. Team A takeover. A takeover team, I guess. Yang Kun Zhao, Jalen Doan, Max Poulin, or Luca V. I'm not sure who's in that group. We'll have now Yang Kun Zhao fall off. Max Poulin is finishing for the A takeover team. We've got in the Three Stooges, Ryan Gibson, Joshua Tellison, and Marc-Andre Doyon. Gibson has fallen off. Two Stooges left on the ice. Joshua Tellison and Doyon. Now we have the first skater. Jalen Doan has fallen off. It's up to Max Poulin now. And we have only one Stooge on the ice right now. That Stooge is Marc-Andre Doyon. It's Doyon versus Max Poulin. Who's it going to be? Who wants it? Who's going to cross the line? And the Three Stooges are going to take it. And the Three Stooges are now in the top position. Team Hammerhead second. And the French spelling of Les Blancs Clampins in the third position. Now up in the inside lane, the men's choir, followed by the outer lane, Joker Children. The men's choir, Matt Laxton, Jonah Hutebys, Paul Cordair. Three fast skaters, Joker Children, Caleb Mueller, Max Halleck, and Olympian Connor Howe. Let's see how this plays out. Let's see if the Three Stooges have a chance to stay in the top position. What happens to Hammerhead and the Clampins? So, falling off is Matt Laxton. Finishing up is Jonah Hutebys and Coder for the men's choir, the Joker Children. Caleb Mueller falls off. Max Halleck and Connor Howe are now in the second two skaters with less than a quarter lap to go. So the pace are set. So, Jonah Hutebuse is falling off. It's up to Paul Cordair and some guy from Cochrane, Alberta, Canmore rather, named Connor Howe. Who is Connor Howe? He's only a Canadian Olympian, 23-year-old, great, nice guy, wonderful man. It's going to be close. And Joker Children take it by a slight margin over the men's choir. Last pair is a solo in this pair. It's the inside lane. The Spicy Nuggets. Spicy Nuggets. Legendary Will Dutton, Gabrielle Oder, and Jake Weideman. As if Dutton isn't a bugger for punishment already. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching one of the fastest starters during his day, Will Dutton. A down starter, three-pronged Spider-Man start, Will Dutton. A tremendous young man, a beast on the ice during his day. Now a coach for the national team, Will Dutton, all-around nice guy. Here he comes. He'll be the first of three. Dutton drops off and heads right to the medical tent. Gabrielle Oder and Jake Weideman in the second and third position. Gabrielle Oder and Jake Weideman. Are they going to challenge the Three Stooges, Joker Children, or the men's choir? We're going to find out. Here comes Oder and here comes Weideman. As Oder drops off, now it's up to Weideman. Everything he's got. He's had 3 podium finishes at the Oval finale. Canada Cup 5. Weideman, a gentleman and a scholar. Here he comes, Cheermont coming out of the south end. Jake Weideman finishing up the last race of the season for all of us. Jake Weideman from Ottawa, Ontario, crossing the line. Is he going to do it? They take this. The Three Stooges take it. The Spicy Nuggets take second place. Joker Children take third. And the choir goes home. Ladies and gentlemen, head down. That was exciting. Three Stooges, Spicy Nuggets. So Three Stooges, Ryan Gibson, Joshua Tellison, Marc-Andre Dion, the Spicy Nuggets, Will Dutton, Gabrielle Oder, Jake Weideman. And the Joker Children, Caleb Mueller, Max Halleck, Connor Howe. Ladies and gentlemen, head down to the podium for the final presentation of the winners from the team sprint. And then that's going to do it for our season. See you in a moment. Okay, we're now going to give out the awards for the women's and men's team sprint. I think I'm getting the impression that all the skaters are down, ready to go. This is the final presentation and the final racing of the day. Dustin Miller, where are you? Can I make sure we have Tatiana Defleck, Victoria Goplan, Madison Pearman, Lena Hiller, Audrey Phaneuf, Rose. Are you all here? Just waiting for Dustin. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Greg Plant, the referee, Chief Referee Philippe Miroir from Quebec, all the other volunteers and supporters, how about a big round of applause for one fantastic season here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. To finish up the very fun races in the team sprints, we're going to hand out the awards now. This is for bragging rights. Ladies and men, you could take it into the season, and why wouldn't you? Taking the third position in the team pursuit. Like I said, in the team sprint all along, give it up for the third place finish. Team Slay, Kirsten Hagen, Lena Hiller, Abigail McCluskey head over to the third, number 3. Taking the second position are the MTV Ice Queens, Tatiana Defleck, Victoria Goplan, and Olympian Madison Pearman. And the number 1 position in the team sprint, in the order in which they skated around the 3 laps, Blondies, Andre Phaneuf, Rose Lalonde-Bertreroy, and Gabrielle Jelinek. All right, get close, ladies, for the pictures. Look at the lenses, and I'm going to have a quick interview with our blondies. Not too sexist, is it? More pictures. End of season. How do you spell relief? No more racing. All right, ladies, my Quebec blondies. Audrey Phaneuf, Rose Lalonde. Hey, ladies. I'm not sure exactly who the spokesperson is going to be, but all I want to know is this, is what was the strategy? First of all, did you enter the race thinking you were actually going to win? Who wants the answer to this question?
Okay, on the start line, we didn't know we were going to win it, but we just wanted to start as fast as we can and try to finish it. Sorry, Mark?
Did you know that when your race got underway that you actually had a good race going?
It was good. Great start, great second lap, and then Gab at the end. Big day for her, but we won.
Even a bigger day. You might think a mass start specialist might be pleased with a win in the mass start, but is this even a sweeter win with a team sprint and your friends? Be careful how you answer this.
Yeah, it was more fun, but more difficult.
Ladies and gentlemen, Quebec Blondies right here. Big round of applause. Team sprint. We now turn to the men with the craziest names, whoever came up with these. Taking the third place position is Caleb Mueller, Max Halleck, and Connor Howe, Olympian Connor Howe, the Joker children. Give it up for our third place. We lost Dustin. Oh, he's talking. One more time for Caleb Mueller, Max Halleck, and Connor Howe. Oh, yeah, third place. We were quite concerned about this second team entering at the last moment. We made sure our paramedics were on site with the Spicy Nuggets taking the silver or second place position. You got to give it up for Will Dutton. I'll tell you, he's still got it. Will Dutton, Gabrielle Oder, and Jake Weineman. He may be retired, but he's still good. And taking the first place position, which I'm not sure that they thought that this was safe when the Nuggets went off the start line and Dutton was leading the charge. But you got to give it up for all three Stooges, Ryan Gibson, Joshua Telson, and Marc-Andre Doyon. Three Stooges, first place finish in the men's team sprint. Congratulations. Hang in there for pictures, everybody. And then I'm going to interview three Stooges. All right, big round of applause for the men's. All right, actually, a question for all three. This is a team game. First of all, I want to know who came up with the name Three Stooges?
This guy right here.
Where did that name come from?
Well, we weren't sure if we were actually going to sign up for this event, and we were busy texting each other. We couldn't figure out a name, and it was just like, screw it, I'm going to sign us up. Couldn't think of a name. What's generic and safe? The Three Stooges.
When I announced the name, everybody in the stands nodded their heads after mentioning your names. I'm not sure what that means, if I should read anything into that. Ryan Gibson, did you have any idea that you would be at the podium given that all the wonderful racers and the respect for their speed were on the ice? Did you think you were going to even be close, let alone win it?
No, we were looking at the competition out there. It was looking pretty stiff, but, you know, we just knew we had to go hard out there and go hard in the corners and keep getting good laps, and we'd be good to go.
And Marc-Andre, how did it feel out there? I think did you not have to finish up? Yes. So did you dig deep? 4 days of racing. How tired were you, and what happened in that last lap?
Oh, I went super deep. You know, it was super hard, and the legs were super stiff. But after 20 meters, the rest of the laps were super good. You know, just working hard, sweating with the boys. It's just such a good time.
Gentlemen, give it up for the Three Stooges, our mass start victors here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Congratulations, gentlemen. Great job out there. Oh, and we're going to do the okay, and we're more pictures? Do we have Zachary Dupree and Ryan Kolbacki and Ian McPeak? Are they here? Ryan is here. Where's Zachary Dupree? And where is Ian McPeak? Lovely. Awesome. I knew there was one more race we had to hand out. Dustin Miller, are you ready to go? Where are you? Okay, our final awards of the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5 is the Mass Start Juniors. 2 Manitobans and a Quebec make it to the podium. Not surprised because I've seen all three race over the last year or couple years. I know what they're capable of. Taking the third place position, part of the Oval program, first year of University of Calgary. Give it up for Manitoban, Ryan Kolbacki. I said early on the webcast, don't count this Ian McPeak guy because he comes out of nowhere sometimes, and he did with a sprint lap and a strong finish. Give it up for second place finisher, Ian McPeak. A winner of 1 gold medal and 3 bronze at the Canada Winter Games. His season continues to be very strong and had a very strong mass start with creating some distance between these two gentlemen, but they were giving you a run for their money. Would you give it up for our first place mass start finisher, Zachary Dupree from Quebec? Okay, guys, get in close for a photo. Okay, I'm going to interview Zachary Dupre in English, though. You speak good English, yes?
Yeah, a little.
All right, well, first of all, congratulations on the mass start. What was your thinking when you got to the start line for this 10-lap race?
Have fun and be ready for the final lap.
Did you have any idea that you'd be on the podium? Did you think, I'm going to be on that podium?
It was the goal, and I think I did good, but I had no expectation.
Well, you did good. He won the race. Tell me about the Canada Winter Games. 1 gold and 3 bronze, 4 medals. Congratulations on that. How did you feel going into the games, and did you expect that kind of result?
I had no expectation for the result since it was an outside rink, and it's been a while since I skated outside. But I had a lot of fun, and the result came with, so I'm happy with that.
What do we expect from you for next year, Zachary Dupre from Quebec?
Probably a lot of PBs, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I like your attitude. Well, good luck in the off-season. Congratulations on a great year. First here in the mass start in the junior men's. Zachary Dupre from Quebec, all the best. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, on the webcam, we are done. The 18th and final event here at Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. It's all done. The season is over. The off-season begins. Just want to say good night, God bless, lights out, Bieber out.